Well, Chance, we survived Thanksgiving. How are you doing? Or Dane, are you gonna punch me? We good? We're clear? We're good. We're safe? I think we're good. Okay, boat first. Boat first is good. Boat first is very good. Kitsu, thank you for the follow. Hold on, let me catch up on all the shit that y'all just did. Oh god, the hype train's still going. Actually, that kind of does mean a lot, although it is unfortunate that it's the first, because I'm not going to see this until January. Also, why is... Uh-oh. Ow, wow.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Weird. Wrong button. There we go. How are you doing today, chat? How was your Thanksgiving? What trouble did you get into? What shenanigans were you up to? Did you eat anything delicious? Did you kill any family members? That's an important distinction. Hold on, I'm noticing some things. Maybe I need to change one of the settings. Because my mouth is way too open. I think I'm gonna have to go work with some of the settings on this with Rin. This is working all weekend so I can avoid the family screaming match. You know what? At least you make money while doing that. And you don't have to put up with the bullshit. Getting a minigun in Helldivers 2 tomorrow? Like... Not the... I'm guessing you're not talking about the turret ones. I'm guessing... Are they giving us like a drop one? Like one you can carry? Nom. Because the mouth is like, shut up, my bones are crunchy. Dej? How crunchy? How crunchy? We also, I have bad news, chat. I have bad news. Even with the subs from today and the subs that somebody did yesterday to start a random hype train, we only just now hit 100 subs, which means last month we had less than 100 subs, which is not great. Not great, unfortunately. Yeah, it was yesterday when I looked at it. I'm guessing we had like a bunch just like fall off, like maybe they were gifted or something. Because even with the, what was it, 25 that was part of that hype train yesterday? It was 89. It was at 89. Well, now it's 100. Maybe it wasn't updating properly. Let me check something real quick. Sub points are 122, so that makes sense. But hold on, let me also catch up on who did all the stuff today. Jesus. Okay, where were we? Where did we start? Where did today start? There it is, 9 minutes. It's a butter toast from Thaedric. Queens for 4 months. No, 11 months. Me when I fucking get you. No! Beef with the 500 bits. That's the level 2 hype train. Sunstar with the tier 3. Oh, and then Thaedric gifted 10. Okay, that's mostly where they came from. That's where that big bump is. I missed it. I missed it because I was looking at things. Did you give me food? Oh no. I gave out some subs with Marion. That's where the bump from 89 to 100 is. Although that's probably also why it says 37 out of 5, because it counted literally every sub since last stream, I'm guessing. Which is weird because it's only supposed to count the session, which I thought was every live session? Question mark? New Warbond will be out tomorrow. We're getting a portable minigun, a chainsaw, a guard dog with a flamethrower, and a rifle with... I'm sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean a rifle with a 40mm grenade launcher? Got new rolls? Oh no, not the Christmas rolls. Wait, I didn't break out the Christmas emotes. Oh, do we need the Christmas emotes this year? I'd have to lose some. Ooh. And broke, take my money for safekeeping. So you don't have to do that if you're broke, Axio. Come on, dude. You bought me food for stream, what, twice last month? Something like that. Also, chat, did you notice anything? You notice anything new? You notice anything new? Anything? Yeah, the VAPs. We rigged them. Better tracking? A little bit. We did have an update to the V-Bridger, which is why I'm a little concerned, like the mouth motion isn't quite right. The physics be physicsing. Correct. Also, I have double jackets. Whoops. Whoops. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we loosened those up because I had originally done them that it was supposed to like insinuate like not actually flesh underneath, but it seems like the idea didn't really take. Quisma women, it's just probably going to be the old ones, so it'd be like the one that was like the old heart emotes, the 1.0 heart emote that's instead replaced with a gift. And then I think there's a celebration emote. Let me actually go see real quick. Viewer rewards, that's what it's under. Yeah, the present and the Xmas one, but I do not know which ones we would swap out. Because kind of all of the we only have 20 standard emotes. That sucks, dude. That feels like so few slots at this point. It feels like so little. We do still have one more animated slot. We do have more bit slots. And we actually do have 2 people that are in the 25k bit range. But I don't know what emote to give you. Darn. Darn. I mean, I could turn the like the gift emote into an arrive for Crimbus. For Crimbum.
What's your pleasure?
Would you start streaming VODs 24/7 to trap VOD watchers for higher CCV? No, because that won't work. If I restream VODs, it does not count by Twitch. I have to mark them as being like restreamed or rescheduled or something. And that CCV from those does not count towards partner. It's also, if you just stream VODs on repeat to farm advertisement money, it's against the TOS. It's against TOS and will result in a permanent ban. People did it for the longest time. There were some people that would just farm advertisements by effectively just streaming like nothing or like streaming TV shows and then just hitting the ads over and over. Update the Shake or Date emote. I know I made it. I don't like it as an emote. Yeah, if you want to, Queens, go right ahead. Go right ahead. You are more than welcome to. Would you like me to get rid of it momentarily? I know someone who has a second channel that just restreams old VODs. Why? What's the point? Is it Asmongold? I know there's some big streamers out there that probably have like fan pages on Twitch that basically just restream big streamers' content, which I always thought was really stupid. I know there's also some people that do that on like TikTok. Queen doesn't even give me a new pout of paint. Make him squishier. Oh no. Um, 24 hours, 24/7 restream? That means they'd have to have a completely separate PC that is always running. How big is this person? Pink Maleficents on parade? Yes, correct. God, also Tibby's. Is that a new emote? Or has Tibby had that one a little while? I recognize the size of those hips. That can only be made by Tibby 3D. Donathons? Wait, what? Doing donathons is just play their own clips while they're asleep. Oh, that's a normal thing. The thing is though, doing donathons like that or marathons like that can potentially cause significant damage to your PC. So I kind of try to avoid it. Even when I do the marathons, I do not like doing the overnight things, especially because currently I sleep in the same room as the PC. And I would not be able to turn off any of the lights on like the computer case or anything like that. Imagine not keeping your PC on 24/7. I turn my PC off every night. Seem nightmarish at a certain point. They can be. A lot of times people like their donathons very quickly turn into meaning nothing. Like Iron Mouse when she's 3 months in, Melissa Tiefling, who may actually still be going on a donathon, Makari, whenever she's doing a long donathon, because she actually puts things in that like incentivize her community to extend the timer by like a lot. They lose any sort of meaning. Especially because usually when they go that long, you're like long past any set goals typically. The thing is though, is they don't do a marathon anymore. It's not a marathon anymore. They're not like waking up first thing in the morning, streaming the entire day and then going to bed. They're streaming on their normal schedule and calling it part of their donathon or marathon. That's what I'm saying by it loses its meaning. Does Takino back up after she moved? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. We're also supposed to play Fear 3 at some point, and I still don't know when that's going to be. What's your pleasure? What's your fear? Super! 39 months. How's marriage chat? Hope you have a wonderful December 1st. Decemberween. It's Decemberween. I don't like subathons or donathons. Seen too many folks burn themselves out that way. It happens. Mine have never lasted very long. If I do like a timer situation, which is why I'm almost always very deterred. Especially because a lot of the times it comes down to like 1 or 2 people are the ones really keeping it going. What was the surprise you mentioned before? Oh. It's that. It's that. Someone said I could die of Legos falling onto me. I mean, probably. I've seen your collection. Are they over your bed? Oh, so not free ice cream? I'm sorry. No, there's no free ice cream. Is jigglier than a wiggle now? I'm not that jiggly. I'm not nearly as jiggly as a lot of other VTubers. Maki's, for some reason, Maki's model is like, of course, the recolored Kevin one. That one, for whatever reason, if you shimmy, it'll do pinwheels, and it's very funny to me for some reason. Mara, oh, you had the Jupiters. Oh my god. Hi, puppy boy. How are you doing? What is that icon? Oh, League of Legends. Oh shit. I was about to say that looks like a League icon before I even hovered it. Invitational 2025. Support a streamer. Oh. Oh. Tasteful jiggle for the refined ghouls. Konobarion's Baps may kill him. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. They're gonna be smaller too with the next model. You League? Listen. It is. Wait, what is. That was weird. Chat for some reason had a thing at the top that was skip to message. I'm like, what? Okay. Instead of playing any Fear, I'm still scared from playing 1 and 2 a decade ago. Well, Fear 3 is co-op, so it's a little bit easier. I remember watching Total fucking Biscuit play Fear 3. Total Biscuit. Mind you. Only good League was the show and some of the music. I agree. Oh, 7 Biscuit Man. I miss the Biscuit Man. I miss the Biscuit Man. The Fear games aren't even scary entirely because you're playing as Point Man. And you're basically a super-powered super soldier. I did post a pic in general of what I see if I look at my room. Oh no. Oh no, what have you done? Oh god, is that the fucking Millennium Falcon? Oh my god, it is. Yeah, that could possibly kill you.
At you.
It's just spooky John Woo movie, kind of. Yeah, Fear 1 and 2 are not that bad in terms of scares. Thank you for the follow, Puppy Boy. Welcome in. But I'd say Fear 3 is probably the worst out of all of them, because if I remember correctly, aren't the years between the Fear games? Let me actually see. Oh no, I apparently only have Fear 3. Damn it. Okay, yeah, I only have Fear 3. Hold on, what year did Fear 3 come out? Last played November 4th, 2015. Uh, 2011. Damn. And then there's Fear 2. When did Fear 2 come out? 2009? Fear 1? 2005. Okay. So they weren't as far apart as I thought they were. 2 doesn't count? What do you mean 2 doesn't count? Good night, T-Stone. It's hard to make a game scary when you give a protag a gun that works on the monsters. The thing is, that's not the point. The point of Fear isn't a survival horror game. The point of Fear is to be an unstoppable killing machine. And I think the only game that has come out recently that has done that better or has been an improvement on what Fear was is, stick with me on this, Trepang. Trepang feels like a continuation of Fear almost to a certain extent. Yeah, because that game is a game that, like, you go in not realizing it at first, but as you progress, you realize exactly how terrified of you people are. Like, you are a monster, and you never get to see yourself, but you do get to see the, like, next iteration of yourself at one point, and you're like, oh, good Lord, what do I look like? When it came out, it made me jump when I was basically immune to scary movies. Ooh. Being the gayest Tremere lady I can be. Yeah, that sounds like how you would play Bloodlines 1. Oh, shit's thrown out in that game? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, considering you can play Trepang either just fucking hauling it with a sword or slow and methodical and just start picking heads off. And it's always funny when you go, like, barreling through doors and shit, because all the dudes will scream. They are heinously terrified of you. It's a very fun game from all the stuff that I've seen and the story that I know from it. Trepang is worthwhile playing, I think. I play it like Doom. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Said unconvincingly. You fight Mothman? You do fight Mothman. You also fight a man with a bunch of brains in jars. Fear with Doom music and the rebar gun? Rebar gun? Rebar gun. I don't remember a rebar gun. What did Mothman ever do to you? In this game, Mothman is like... Actually, he is a cryptid, isn't he? He's a cryptid. Except he also spreads a disease No. Was he a cryptid or was he an infected individual of that weird disease? Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember what he technically is in Trepang. I can picture him, but now I also can't remember if he has 3 skulls or 1. He's a cryptid? Okay, so they did capture Mothman. Oh, in Trepang? Okay, because I'm pretty sure he's different. I can't remember if the Mothman in Trepang is the result of some weird flesh disease that they were studying and broke out, or if Mothman is a cryptid that they caught and then the disease originated from him. No, thank you for the 60 streams. We capture the man. Goth Clown, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Here, let me see real quick. I'm sure there's a Trepang wiki page or something. Trepang. Mothman. I said Mothman. There's no need to feel down. I said Mothman. Mutated human experiment? Okay. Hold on, there's actually a Reddit page here. What exactly is the Mothman in the game and who made it? What created Mothman? Is it a demon, an alien, or an experiment? Okay, no, it is a cryptid. So in Trepang universe, in the real mythos, the bridge in Mount Pleasant Mothman was supposedly a harbinger of death. In the game universe, Horizon blew up the bridge and captured Mothman. Okay. Okay, yeah. So that's apparently the gist of it. I'm guessing, and I can only guess, Mothman on MDMA or Mothra on tranquilizers. I think you know the answer to that. I'm pretty sure you know the answer to that. Right? You don't need me to tell you. Hold on. What is this? Oh, okay, I see. I see. What if I did beef? Why are y'all beefing in chat? Why are y'all beefing in chat? Mothra, it ain't close to being close? Huh? I'm not even sure I understand why you would tranquilize Mothra. Oh. Hold on, I found the thing I need to send to someone. Okay. Hi, Piffin. Mothmom needs her ear? So you have to tranquilize her? Is that what the conclusion we're coming to? You know, actually, chat, hold on. We need to talk about a thing. I need to know who has heard about what happened at Oklahoma State this past week. Does anybody know? Things I haven't? Okay, we'll get to that. I'm going to remind you real quick. I'm not American? Good. Who remembers the like nonsense shit that one lady started grifting off of? She was a professional swimmer. She got like fifth. She got fifth in a swimming tournament. And the person who was fourth was a trans woman. Who remembers hearing that story? I avoid the news and reality in general whenever possible. Honestly, not the worst policy at this point. Fifth? Yeah, she got fifth and blew a fucking gasket that she got fifth behind a trans woman. Oh, it was. She was just a bad swimmer. She was like, I think she was something like 43rd out of like 70 something collegiate athletes in like rankings. She was not a good swimmer in terms of rankings. Of course, she's better than most people. She was in collegiate sports. So, you know, it may have been tied. It may have been tied. But regardless, this lady blew it entirely out of proportion. I want you to keep that in mind for what I'm about to tell you that happened in Oklahoma State. Because it is basically the same thing. It is a fucking nothing burger. In Oklahoma State over the past week, a student of a psychology class got a 0 on her exam and proceeded to go online and say it was because her, quote, trans professor hates her and wants her to fail. Now, at face value, that statement could be true. It could be true. I will tell you how you get a 0. I promise you. I will tell you. You will understand how you get a 0. Remember, this is a psychology class. The paper that she was supposed to read and write a 650 word essay on, mind you, 650 words is fucking nothing. That is a 1-day homework assignment. Was on, it was childhood gender typicality, which basically means like, why do we assume these things are typical of children? Why do boys like soldiers and guns and the color blue, and why do girls like pink and Barbies and all that? That's what the paper was on. That's what the paper was on. She wrote a not actually like barely 650 words paper, essentially evangelizing and yelling about how being transgender is not real and it is demonic. And she had no sources other than the Bible. And I don't mean she like made a bibliography of the Bible. She put like the Bible in her bibliography. I mean, she just went, the Bible says this thing that I believe, and so forth. That's the thing. She didn't quote the Bible. She didn't put it in any sort of like bibliography, but that was the paper. That was the paper she submitted, and she got a 0 on it. And then another professor graded it and also gave it a 0. Hi, Kyle. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I could BS something for that prompt. Thing is she didn't even read the article. It's not even on topic. It's psychology is a science. That is a scientific class. When you write an essay, you're expected to have sources and include, I'm not even joking, even theology papers will have more sources that are like actual historical sources and such that aren't the Bible. But she has blown that so out of proportion that the thing too is that professor is not even trans, more than likely. According to the people that I've seen, apparently all she has is on her professor profile. It says she, they. That's it. That's it. American Psychology Association style? Yeah. Yeah, the teacher is on leave. They punished the teacher. And now people are like trying to find dirt. I say trying to find, it's very easy to find dirt on people like this. And they found out that the student's mother is a graduate, I'm not even joking, of Trump University. Of not any regular program, of the law program. She got her degree in law from Trump University. So there are people that are thinking like this is just some sort of like planned opposition situation where they're just trying to raise shit, especially because Turning Point USA has jumped in. So basically they're dumb, correct. Bar might want to review. The thing is, I don't think she's actually a lawyer. I think that she just has that bunk degree. Dr. Megale, ethics course graduate. Oh no. But no, those are the things that I've heard of that situation. It is so fucking stupid. Oh yes, the we can always tell crowd. Don't mention you're from Trump UN. Yeah, because it fucking went under. It went bankrupt and had to shut down, and it wasn't even accredited. Which I think is the funniest part. Because if they were having like professional grade courses and stuff, I don't mean that they were actually professional grade. I mean that they were claiming that they were, which means not accredited, not like any sort of proper filing. And if I remember correctly, it was in like a business center was the location of Trump University. Which means after all that time getting your degree, it's useless. It's completely useless. Has an expensive piece of paper, like bold-faced bullshit. Yep. Yeah, it was explicitly a scam. Explicitly. Just like Trump steaks or Trump charities or anything like that. Okay. It's a diploma mill that doesn't even give you a real diploma. Correct. Unless you just want the very pretty paper. Just gotta have the very pretty paper. 3D printed diploma? What the fuck does the 3D printed diploma look like? Also, technically all diplomas are printed. You have to make them somehow. Charities because they took the money from them? Yes. Him and his entire family cannot run a charity in New York, the state of New York, because they stole from their own children's cancer charity. I forget how much it is. I remember there was a 7 in it, but I can't remember if it was 70,000 or 700,000. Regardless, they took it all and ran. For completely scam. Oh my god. Into World War II. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. I don't think he was even a... No, he wouldn't have been alive then. He's not that old. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Hi, Crow. I watched a lot of Legal Eagle and I was not at all shocked by the 200 plus laws Trump has broken in 2025 so far. Oh yeah, didn't Legal Eagle recently release that video? He released that, what, like in the past week, I think? Probably. Something like that. I do not know for sure. I do not know for sure. Oh, what else happened over this week? Thank you for the hard tack. Sorry, it took a second for that to register what the tack was. I am quite tired. I considered skipping the gym and then just going after stream today. But I was like, no, I tried sleeping in Saturday and Sunday. Didn't work out very well. But I still got Hong Kong Fire. Huh? I heard hardtack. Yeah, it's hardtack. Hi, Shark. What are you doing? Okay. Lurk check. All right. That means we gotta have a sound off, kids. Who's here? Who's not dead? Who's vibing on a Monday? What trouble are you getting into? Who's hiding? Who hasn't said anything? High-rise building in Hong Kong. Oh, the apartment fire. That's right. I don't know, like, much of the stuff that was going on with that. Was there something special besides just being like a travesty? Okay. That's my arrowhead. That's pretty cool. Oh, really? The type of person to say that he would have ended World War II in a day if he was alive, like he was gonna end. Yeah, day one in the war in Ukraine. How's that going? How's that going?
Well, look at you.
Vito, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hey, I had the hairstyle for a little bit, a kind of a shorter version, but my hair has since grown out. So, unfortunately, I do not have it anymore. Okay. Fixed grocery prices day one. Where's my cheaper groceries? I hate to tell you, chat. Those prices are never going down. Those prices are never going to go down without major regulation. It's just not going to happen. Because the companies that produce those products and that sell them will never lower their prices. They have always been looking for a reason to raise them. And they always will be until something is done. Until some president or somebody decides that things can only have a cap. But they'll never do that. As long as billionaires are lobbying them and those companies are lobbying them, we will never get like food cost caps. That's just never going to happen. Time for the Great Depression, Electric Boogaloo. Now, the Great Depression, Electric Boogaloo was in the 80s. We're on like the 4th, the 5th. 2008 was bigger than the Depression. This one is going to be bigger than 2008. Regulate this pants grab pretty much every fucking time. And honestly, somebody should just tear their dick off when they do that. The things you gotta do. Oh my god, why do I suddenly have so many notifications on Blue Sky? Oh, I see why. I will never understand why Blue Sky decides to make it so that every single like counts as like one notification. That is still so stupid to this day. Unfuck yourself, Blue Sky. Blue Sky mentioned. The minor fall and the major lift. The minor fall and the major lifts. Oh my goodness. All early civilizations would regulate the price of bread because they weren't stupid? Correct. Again, individualism, both from... Okay, this is going to sound really conceited, probably. Western civilization's obsession with individualism has completely corrupted the ability for so many people to connect with their fellow humans. It's insane. Follow me on Blue Sky if you want. Blue Sky has kind of become like my secondary social media. In the case of, in my mind, it is lesser than Twitter. And it still kind of is because it's not a great platform. I never connect, only disconnect. I will never understand why people balk at the idea of capping food costs. It makes no sense to me. I just don't get it. What the hell? It's better than the cesspool known as Twitter. They're both weird cesspools because socialism. Well, yeah, but if these people actually cared about their fellow man and understood actual cost versus benefit analysis, like, because again, a lot of the times it just comes down to individualism. Hey guys, what if we had Medicare for all? Oh, but it'd be so expensive. I already spend so much on healthcare. Well, yeah, but you wouldn't have to pay for that insurance anymore. You would have the smaller portion. That would mean that you wouldn't have to pay private. And if you still wanted private, you could still get private. It would also guarantee that prices are driven down rather than what they're doing literally right now and skyrocketing. Might just be the brain trauma. Will definitely not fuck things up. The invisible hand of capitalism, or the invisible market, or the free market, or the invisible hand of the markets, pushes upward, I'd hate to tell you. It always pushes upward, and it is always manipulated. There is no such thing as a free market without proper regulations. When you lessen regulations and allow the market to do what it wants, it gets exploited. That's pretty much it. Like, it's God is very telling. Or the people that it, like, post about, like, the grind set. It's free real estate. It's fine. It's fine. Huh. I clip that. The what? It's free real estate. It only goes up and then gets circulation issues. It's not even circulation issues. It's they're on one team against everyone else, and we refuse to team up against them. That is what it has been forever. And that is what they have always fought against. That fight is not new. Not even close. The jungle again? That's how you get the jungle again? Are you talking about the yellow journalism piece? By Upton Sinclair? Is that the jungle? Oh, yeah, it is Upton Sinclair. Well, I mean, yeah, the jungle. Okay, if anybody doesn't know what the jungle by Upton Sinclair is, Upton Sinclair is one of the greatest journalists of the time, investigative journalist in basically the industrial period of the United States. He wrote a book called The Jungle. If you didn't read it in school, I recommend reading it now. It is effectively on him investigating. No, I say yellow journalism because I was taught it was yellow journalism, but Emot told me last time I called it that I was wrong. And yellow journalism is something else. So I'm just going to call it investigative journalism. And he basically would go to the meat packing plants and found out that at closing time, hold on a second. Was basically at closing time, instead of cleaning the machines or covering the machines or doing anything of the sort, they just turned them off, leaving the exposed meat in the hoppers just open to the air. And overnight, rats would come in. Well, rats lived in the factory because it wasn't exactly the cleanest. There was no regulations for it. So they would climb into the hopper and eat the raw meats throughout the nights. And then when the guys would come in early in the morning, instead of checking the hopper or clearing it out, they would just turn it on and grind the rats into the meat. That's one of the biggest images that kind of convinced the federal government to actually act. Spoiled rat burger? Yes, that was American meat processing in basically during the Industrial Revolution. Unregulated capitalism, correct. If you let unregulated capitalism go, especially in this day and age, I promise you, the rich will kill you. They will kill you. They're already... If you haven't seen the videos of people getting their meats from the grocery store of like their chicken being slimy or like having inner hollow pockets that are just gunk, or people getting meat that just have abscesses in them, that's because they deregulated the FDA and there's nobody checking meat qualities in slaughterhouses anymore. Nothing gets the rich folks moving like you baby eating rats. Well, at this point, the rich people have gotten so jaded, they're like, well, maybe you just deserve to eat rats. Rather than considering regulating anything. Yes, standards plummet if not enforced. Every regulation was made in blood. Every OSHA agreement is written in the dead body. Get canned peas that were just water inside? That's fucking insane. I think I've also seen some people buying cans of vegetables and then just being entirely different vegetables. I think I saw one guy that bought green beans and opened it and got carrots. Like chopped up carrots. Food is a privilege, so says our overlords. In a world where we have abundance, it's insane to consider such. Which is why I say a lot of these billionaires did not get beat up nearly enough. Oh. What the heck? You need an abundant subscription? Oh my god. Yeah, and that abundant subscription is having multiple millions of dollars. Persona over, back to business? Right, back to business. Thank you for self-care. Self-care is brought to you by Gamer Subs. Unfortunately, the Black Friday deal is already over. So you still get 10% off. They have our best interest at heart, and by heart, I mean wallet, and by ours, I mean theirs. I've literally seen interviews of like millionaires where it basically boils down to them talking about, and it drives me ballistic when I hear this, that they don't see the money that like consumers have as the consumers' money. It's them holding on to their money. They want their money. Okay, I'll do this from the perspective of millionaire. We want our money, but they're just holding it is essentially what it boils down to. Could be doing as well as it is when they don't have a company as big as Nvidia and somehow didn't see the connection. Isn't Nvidia a Chinese company? I don't remember where Nvidia is based. Or is it Taiwan? I'm pretty sure Taiwan actually has a lot of big, what do you call it? Big like chip manufacturers, which is also kind of one of the reasons that people suspect they want to take Taiwan back. No, but AI has about 40% of the RAM bought up. Yeah, that's why fucking 64 gigs of RAM is $900, which is insane. Not just insane, but also fucking stupid. Okay. As their funds split across 9,000 bank accounts. It's more like they treat it like they have them across like 7 billion bank accounts. Is basically the way that they picture it. Space billionaires, verb, noun. This is not our culture. It's theirs, Jody Brar. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah. It's also a reminder. Before Europe was colonizing places, Europe was colonized. How many people have seen the post that's basically just like comparing royal families? Like how Tsar Nicholas was technically first cousins with like, I think it was the King of England and the King of Spain. I think were first cousins. Hi, Kono. That's impossible. Me failed the test. The first $1 billion company was Dutch. What was it? It's escaping me. It was the colonial company, wasn't it? I can't remember what the Dutch one was called. Hold on. 1,000 years of Catholic history down the drain overnight. East India? Okay, it was the East India Company. That's what I was thinking. I was like, my brain was like, I swear it's the Dutch India Company, but that doesn't sound right. Yeah. Those companies were insane. Especially including the English ones. All of those colonial companies were absolutely ridiculous with funds, especially considering they were technically government assets. Wasn't Dark Arnold Incorporated? I am disappointed. I'm not that old. And by that, I mean, I just kind of skipped over that period because everything was fucking awful. I never attached myself to that period because it fucking sucked. First stock market was also made / built in the Netherlands. Y'all made a horrible mistake. Heinous mistake. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Okay. I now hate the Dutch, rightfully so. What I was going to say, though, is all of Europe was colonized first. If you think about like all of the old civilizations that lived there that were very much like pagan and had their own practices and everything, those were all wiped out first. And they basically uniformed most of Europe for quote unquote civility. even though their following centuries of acts were effectively the most barbaric thing I've ever seen in history. If unrealized assets can't be taxed, they shouldn't be used as collateral. Also correct. The world goes around on debt these days. I will spoil all the world's herring to deprive them of their happiness. Oh my god. Is anyone ready for Spooksimber? It's Decemberween. Don't you know? What the fuck? Horrifying. Who did it? Woozer. Hi, Woozer. Had it right. You're the savages? Correct. Like go learn history and be like, people calling them uncivilized are doing some pretty heinous shits. Yeah, they had kind of intertribal wars and stuff, but you're the one who's over here cutting hands off for rubber quotas. Or literally stealing people from their home country and throwing them into slavery that's literally worse than the slavery they have in their home continent. Remember, chat, the worst slavery that's ever existed, unfortunately, morally, was American chattel slavery. There's other kinds of slavery. I'm not saying they're good. God, no, I'm not saying they're good. But the worst one that I have seen of all in listings was American chattel slavery. Huh. But not even the Anglos wanted to deal with Leopold if they could help it? But Eldritch being just dipping out of the 1800s because of how shit it was there. It's like in Vampire the Masquerade when vampires just sleep through it. Fuck that. Fuck that. Is being enslaved to the thighs? No. Hi, Tuka. How are you doing? What's the look? What's the look? Oh, good lord. Why am I suddenly scrolling through so many not safe for work arts that aren't people I follow? Why are you here? Gosh darn it. Also, we have an ad break in 2 minutes. Okay. I don't like the century. I'm going into torpor. Yeah. Twitter moment. Oh, actually, that was not Twitter. That was Blue Sky. To reset the finish with the ads? Oh, yes, absolutely. Here, let's get the screen in and bring up the fishing game. Who do we got? Beef. Okay, so it's still the same. Actually, y'all got closer. You did close the gap a little bit. That's a 1,400 difference. Almost, Beef. Almost. All right, so that's still the same. So we're going to start a new one. All right. The fishing game's back. Don't forget, it's always in the background. But now that we have like a minute or less until the ad break starts, I need to get y'all a game. We'll do words. Oh, goodness. Wait a second. It's bothering me. That'll do. That'll do. All right, ad break in 40 seconds. We'll just wait it out for that. Is Saturday night really all right for fighting? Yes, yes, it is. Saturday night is the perfect night for fighting. Was worse than U.S. slavery? I don't know too much about Chinese slavery. Slavery in China. Slavery was nominally abolished in 1910. Damn. Although it continued until 1949. Roughly translated into debtor, depender, or subject. Politics, economics, and historical events were a very small part of the population due to the large peasant population that mitigated the need for large-scale slave labor. Slave population included war prisoners and kidnapped victims or people who had been sold. Direct equivalents are more similar to Greek and Roman. Generally consisted of war captives or criminals, though peasants lived in a similar condition of perpetual servitude and were unable to leave their land or own it. Okay, that's just feudalism. Well, the peasant part is definitely feudal. All right, let me go ahead and start the word thing. Wait, could have been wordsing? You're fine. You're fine. Back when Korea had slavery. I mean, that's also not to mention that technically, genetically speaking, most modern Japanese people are more closely related to Koreans than the native people to the Japanese archipelago. Japan had native tribes, chat. Did you know that? Did you know that? Yes, the Ainu. The Ainu now that are basically only in the like northern prefectures. Oh, there was more than the Ainu, but the Ainu are basically the last one standing. There was definitely more than the Ainu, but they're kind of down to the last one standing. And still to this day, they're still trying to fight for their like rights to be identified as such. But apparently the Japanese government is still trying to, what's the word? Undermine that? Only because of Golden Kamuy? Is it really in Golden Kamuy? I've never seen that. But yeah, whenever they ran a genetic test, the Ainu population are so significantly different from the current Japanese population that they count as a almost entirely separate group. That they're more than likely from like northern Russia. They're more similar to northern Russians or Siberians, if you will, than they are to Korean or Japanese or modern day Japanese people. So technically, even Japan was colonized. Granted, if I'm trying to remember the time frame, was it? Somebody probably may know more than this. I want to say it was like 4,000 years ago. Y'all failed on level 1. Y'all wanted words. Come on, guys. Come on. Axio was even trying to carry for you. I can't believe y'all have done this. I can't believe y'all have done this. Anyway, I'm gonna run to the bathroom even though we have less than a minute. I will see y'all shortly. Don't burn anything down. Okay, kiddos. What did you do? What did you burn down? Are we good? Everybody dove right back into the words. Oh no. Okay. Let me see. Hi, Ordain. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? So hold on a second. I need chapstick. Burns down multiple banks. Did you at least rob them first? And can you send me some? So that I can actually do all the projects that I want to do? Because I don't think we're going to be able to get this summer outfit for this summer. On a thing? What thing, Impy? What thing? Did Megan eat all the turkey? I ate a lot of turkey. I ate a lot of green bean casserole too, and so much peach cobbler. How much is needed? You do not want to know. Let's just say the what was it? The sugar daddy fund over on Throne would cover a lot. Probably enough for me to do my side project that I'm going to do in the future, as well as the next model. I can see you over there, John. John who? John who? Who are you talking to? John FBI. Mr. FBI. John Wick. Interns to help him. You took my interns? John Halo, John Fallout? Oh my god, it's John Wick. But Marin's the FBI today? I'm the FBI today. I don't remember wiping out civil rights leaders. John Madden! I know this is Marin. John Madden! John Cena! Alright. Alright, chat. Wait, why do I have so many notifications again? Progress bar. Not the progress bar. Okay, chat. Are you ready to play the operator? Now, I have no idea what this game is. Oh, where did it go? There it is. So the LCD Steam Deck is on sale for 20% off and is quite affordable compared to the Switch 2. One friend recommended it to me, but when I mentioned it to others, they're like, no, you should get a Steam machine or buy one of the other PC handhelds. I don't think so. I don't know what the cost of the other PC handhelds are. I don't own a PC handheld.
Step inside.
When it comes to getting a handheld console, in this case, when the competition is between like one of the Steam Decks or Switch or anything, it really depends on the games that you want to play. The thing is, though, is I have not heard anything about, like, I know like Lenovo has one. I know the ROG Strix has one. Emopods, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? I don't know I have heard nothing about those. I've not seen a person use those motherfucking things. I haven't heard a good thing. I haven't heard a bad thing. They're just nothing. I just see ads for them. That's it. That is all I ever see. It's always so weird to me. I will never understand it. I don't think I will ever understand it. I got a ROG Ally. I'm quite happy with it. I also don't know what the PC stats are for those games. I genuinely have no idea. So hold on. What is this game? Welcome to the FDI. Our newest operator. Your role is to use your detective skills to assist our field agents and investigate mysterious crimes. Use cutting-edge FDI software to dig for clues, solve puzzles, and uncover the truth. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Is that John Goodman? They're using actual pictures of people in this game. Huh. So it's another one similar to... to like One Way. Is that why you got this? You got this because it was similar to One Way? Hi, Arcalian. How are you doing? Also, hold on a second. Why do we have so many notifications on Twitch? Oh, expired. Spread some cheer, aka share holiday hoopla clips to earn the ugly sweater badge for December 1st through the 12th. Okay. Okay. I guess. Oh, I was going to change the category. That's what I was doing. The operator. Oh. It was just there. There we go. There we go. All right. The ROG Ally performs like a good gaming laptop. It has variable refresh on the screen so you can notice lower frame rates a lot less. Huh. Help me play games I haven't couldn't run easily on my PC. It could. It just, I don't know right now because like the Steam Deck has been out for a little bit, which likely means that its components are a little bit older. Akira, the original? The original Akira from like, what is it, 99? Huh. Doing okay-ish. It is the Monday. It is the Monday after a holiday. I don't know. I don't remember if you're American. I am generally exhausted. Bureau 81. All right, chat. Let me get y'all the screen. Hello? Where are you? Okay. Ding donk. No more music. Make sure I go change the audio settings and see if they actually change over this time. Oh, I was not ready for that thump. That was... They didn't do a live action Akira, did they? God, I fucking hope not. Okay. Just gotta make sure. Beta formats. Huh. Letter by letter. Look, okay, I guess we'll do that. Rumble. Well, I'm not using anything that would warrant rumble controls. I have questions about the music in this game. US format? I'm sorry. They didn't do a live action Akira, did they? Oh, that's what you were asking. Well, no, I'm just making sure I wasn't forgetting any other Akira. Sharing clips better be go round clips? Who's sharing clips? Magazine clips? And there I did it. I pissed off every single gun enthusiast. Can't believe Marin's rogging it? Rogging it! Do I have it? I don't think I have anything that's Republic of Gamers. I think the old PC had a Rogstrix motherboard. But I think that's it. All right, let's see where this is going. Looks around for Emot. Listen, he's doing his best, okay? Bio-in facility somewhere in the United States, 1992. I'm sorry, I was in the way of that. Huh? Am I blinking?
Do you believe in extraterrestrial life? Are you currently restrained? Are you married? Do you work in law enforcement? Do you know who I am? Do you know who you are? Are you...
I don't know. I don't think it is.
He's ready.
I think we're just in like super secret, like government facility. Month to year is better than day month year. It's smallest maximum number to largest maximum number. I think you had that backwards. Oh, no, wait. Okay, I see what you mean. That's a stupid reasoning. FDI headquarters, Washington, D.C., 7:30 a.m. Moon's Crashers? Was that the name of the OS? Not the OS, the BIOS? Secure and monitored federal government terminal. All unauthorized access and sharing of any information within is strictly prohibited and subject to terminal prosecution. Oh, it doesn't matter what I type. Penis envy is kind of stupid. Okay. Hackermans, listen. Log in the computer for the first time. Achievement unlocked. Oh. Signed operator program. Please read the following document before proceeding. Unauthorized act. Oh, here, let me slide it over for you. No. Unauthorized, strictly prohibited, subject to criminal prosecution. Sharing of any information from the terminal with unauthorized personnel is forbidden and also subject to criminal prosecution. Wait, didn't it just say that? Is that the same thing? Goodness. Operator program has been specially designed to provide technical support to field agents, henceforth abbreviated as agents, while also ensuring a high level of confidentiality. How does it work? 1. Agents call the hotline. The call is dispatched to secretaries who verify the agent's identity, clearance level, and request. The request is forwarded to the supervisor. Supervisor dispatches the call to an available operator. This feels way over the top. Direct line is established between the agent to the operator. Once the operator fulfills the agent's technical request, the line is closed. Oh. Operator program is extremely confidential. So... Oh. Mike Trench. I swear that's from a movie.
Hey, pal. How you holding up? Get all that booze out of you?
Never going to drink again.
That's what you said last time. Well, I'm happy you're here. You and me at the FDI together. It's really great.
He's the director.
I gotta tell you something. When we're on the job, I can't treat you differently than anybody else.
It gives me his IP and whether it's secure or not. Director Trench.
Well,
Isn't Trench also the last name of the director in Control?
first day. All right.
Before the character you play takes the gun? Sorry, service weapon. Don't worry about me, Director Trench. Supervisor. Oh boy, are we already on the clock?
Good morning, Mr. Tanner. Welcome to the FDI.
He talks like he
I
looks.
assume you're up to speed on your mission here at the operator program?
I read the welcoming document, sir.
You know the basics. Good. So, just to recap, your job is to
How
support
bad is
our
this
agents
going to
by
get?
providing them with all the help they need in the field to solve a case. That help can come in the form of fact-checking, video and audio analysis.
Federal Department of Intelligence. The truth
My
we
job as a
seek.
supervisor is to link the agents with an appropriately matched operator. Any questions?
I think I'm ready.
Fine, but first you need to learn how to respond to an agent's request. Let's do a dry run.
You've reached Applebee's. How may I help you today?
Find my age.
2 El Presidente margaritas? All right.
Objective just popped up at the top left of your screen, beside the applications menu. See it? Whenever you're stuck,
Yeah.
if you need help, simply click on the question mark next to the objective. Go on and click on the question mark, Tanner. Yes, just like that. You can always click on the question mark if you get stuck, though I'm hoping this won't happen often. I'm giving you access to the human database.
Okay, so it messages him, which is very weird.
You can can find this and other tools to help
A
you
dry run?
in the application.
Why do you blush at that?
Now go ahead, Operator Tanner. Solve my request. Find my age. When you find the answer, click on the objective and then select the answer on the screen. Operator, you should find the information first.
Oh, okay, I have to go here first? Human DB. I'm just searching? Oh, it's only, there's no caps. It's just... Doink.
Right. Like that, Tanner.
Skin type 1? What does that mean?
And I'll contact you later with your first real request.
What does type 1 skin mean? I have questions. Of course. God, you guys really are kind of mean. Oh. Fade to black already? FBI headquarters. Washington, D.C. 9:18 a.m. Hi, Coco. Hi, baby. I can't pet you while you're over there.
Your first request is somewhat of a baptism by fire.
Uh-oh.
I have an
Please don't
agent
actually be
working on
fire.
the side. It's her first case too.
Hi, Stinky.
Not ideal, but consider this a learning experience. I'll be
Something
monitoring you in
like
the
skin type
background.
4 would say? What does that mean? Are we back to skin-based racism? You say homicide? I look forward to the challenge there. We'll go with that.
I'm patching the
Oh,
agent
okay, hold on. Coco wants out. I'll be back in just a second, chat. Boy, I hope nothing goes wrong with this phone call. Anyway.
It's Operator Tanner, right?
That's right.
I don't think our paths ever crossed at the Academy, did they? Anyway, I got a homicide
Academy?
bar downtown called The Sanctuary.
That's a lame bar name.
Dead on arrival. Is male, Caucasian, early 60s. He was shot in the head at close range around 2 a.m., just before closing time. As
Wait,
far
so that
as
was
evidence, I got some severe
7
blood
hours
on the bar
ago.
and some kind of list that I found on the deceased. Any chance you can work your operator magic and help find me an ID on the shooter?
Sure, not a problem.
Thanks, operator. Okay. I'm sending over the files. Good luck.
Find killer's name? Cases. A Pindle. Bar. Camera 2. Damn!
This is our cutting-edge video analysis system, Tanner.
Okay, am I going to be able to check the license plate? Because it was literally in full view the whole time.
Analysis. Go on, give it a whirl. Just like with the video.
Oh, okay, that did work.
Photo for further analysis.
In circulation. Toyota Corolla hatchback. Owner Ray Wells. Not stolen. Okay, clicking and enhancing. Zoom and enhance. Zoom and enhance.
Nice. Now we know the perp's name. You got something for Wells' address? Because I'll take it if you do.
Okay, this is the point where we're gonna need car DBing. Ray Wells. What is skin type 2? Place of birth, date of birth. Ray Small Fingers Wells, last known address. Possession of drugs with intent to sell, drugs with intent to sell, drugs with intent to sell. Okay, I'm guessing it's still 92. I'm still guessing that this takes place in 1992.
Yeah, that'll do. Nice work. Next up is to bring Wills in. I'll keep you updated. Thanks, Operator Tanner.
Just doing my job, Agent. Spagooter!
Not bad, Tanner. Not great, but not bad either.
What do you
I'll
mean?
contact you later with your next request.
Oh, I kind of want to know. I want to know.
No need to worry, operator. You'll improve with time.
Is it always going to do the fade to black? How long am I staring at the monitor? So that was 9:12 in the morning. 5:32 p.m. Oh, good lord. FBI's Most Wanted. Please consult the latest FDI's Most Wanted list. Reminder, if you discover any information during your shift that might help the FBI, inform your supervisor at once. Oh, I feel like this is going to be like collectibles or something. Fred Smorkinski.
Tanner, I need you to follow up on an investigation started by a previous operator. I'll let the agent working the case bring you
Willington,
up to speed.
Montana. Should be considered armed and dangerous. Wilson Boulder. And numerous murders committed in the early 80s in connection with an organized crime group, also connected to drug distribution and other illegal activities in the Boston, Massachusetts area. Hal, wanted for various crimes of cyber terrorism committed against the federal government and other organizations. Feel like that's going to be relevant. Snorish, leader of the Seventh-day Healers cult, sought for ties to extortion, drug and sex trafficking, and weapons amassing. Last seen moments before FBI swarmed her cult's compound in Bart, Texas. Always Texas. The cults are always in Texas. That's totally not John Goodman.
Oh, please. Tell me you got something.
Sorry, I don't understand.
God damn it. Who are you?
Operator Tanner, it's your service.
Great. Every goddamn time we get a new operator, it takes me twice as long. I got a life outside the FDI, you know? Interests, hobbies, full-blooded passions.
I don't believe you have hobbies for a second, sir. Can you tell me about your case, Agent?
Got a missing persons case out here in Dryfield, Nevada. Connie Moore's her name. I canvassed the area, talked to the locals. I can't believe I'm saying this, but everyone thinks she was abducted by aliens.
Dryfield, Nevada?
Middle of nowhere. Hot as hell. Sandy.
Shouting slurs in public places.
Insult to small town.
Like a true federal agent. Hey, Jade.
Look, I'm
What are you up to?
bonkers, too. Another weird thing is, over the past year, 4 people in Dryfield have claimed they've been abducted. And every single time they reappeared somewhere in the middle of the desert out here about a month later. Connie's
A
story's
month
the
later?
same. She was. Popped back up yesterday. Collected her testimony myself. She had a camera on her. Naturally, I'd like to look at the photos. But to do that, I gotta go through you, an operator. Lucky me, right?
Sorry, Barry. I'm sorry.
There's something.
I don't make the rules.
I mean, beyond all
Yeah, we're
the
fed.
little green men. Just look for something that doesn't add up, okay?
I'm on it.
Here are the files.
Find inconsistencies. Case. Walker. Desert. Camera. $10 a.m. 9:19, 9:43, 10:13. Oh. Oh, that feels like it's going to be interesting. All right, testimony following Connie Moore's reappearance in March 5th, 1992. We recorded her eyewitness testimony concerning her supposed alien abduction. Victim, Agent Walker, agent in charge of the investigation, Brittany Holt, FBI transcriber. Can you tell us more about the day you disappeared? I was hiking in the desert out by dry fields. Sometimes I do that to clear my head or just take photos. Photography is sort of a hobby of mine. And is that your camera? He points to the camera on the table. Yes, it is. What else do you remember about that day in the desert? Well, it's a little blurry, but I wanted to hike around Mount Maury. I remember that. It's really beautiful at this time of year. I remember taking 2 photographs. Then I heard this loud noise coming from the sky. I looked up and barely had time to take another photograph. It was just moving so fast. Their ship, the UFO. And then I think it landed to the east. So I decided to head over there and see if I could see anything else. Maybe get a photo of them. It must have taken me an hour and 45 minutes to get where it landed. Then what? I'm not really sure, to be honest. That's where my mind goes blank. The next thing I know, I'm waking up in some kind of room and I can't move. Was there someone in the room with you? I don't like to think about this, but yes, they were there all around me. The aliens. What did they look like? The room was so bright. Like I was like looking at the sun. I only saw their silhouettes. Can you describe them? Best that you can. They were human, except they weren't. Something was off. They were too tall and thin. It was disturbing, actually. I couldn't see their faces. I'm glad about that. What do you remember about the room? It was white. I mean, entirely white. Antiseptic. It smelled sort of like a hospital. There were doors, no windows, nothing, just whiteness. What do you think they wanted from you? I think they wanted to learn about me, to study me. I was so scared I couldn't think straight. They kept asking me questions over and over again. What kind of questions? About my life, my family, my beliefs, everything. I guess that's what they do, study humans. What else do you remember? Strange voices, sort of mechanical. And there was a machine that we were using on me. It was clamped to my head. I don't know what it was, but it hurt. Can you tell us anything else, Connie? Not really. Next thing I remember, I'm waking up in the desert outside Dryfield. My head was throbbing, maybe because they're drugs or mind probes. I don't know. Wandered around out there. Luckily, somebody found me. I might have died from dehydration. Then I guess they called the cops and the cops called you. End of story. Phone record. Okay. Last pinged. Phone tower pings and timestamps from the day of Connie's disappearance, from the day that she reappeared. No pings between the time of her disappearance to her reappearance a month later. Okay, so she left the town, hiked all the way out here to Mount Maury, where she took the... Wait, this whole section? Because this is where she saw the alien. And then she's moving.
Yeah, that's the photo I think is problematic. I don't believe in intelligent life outside our planet. I don't believe in intelligent life on our planet. We gotta be more specific. We need proof that something's off about the photo.
How bright can I make it? Up to 5? Okay, but... Okay, hold on. What was her name? Where was her name? Connie Moore. Okay. 951 132 O negative. She doesn't have any other information. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's anything interesting in here. So, else? Nope, just the desert mission. Okay. She disappeared for a whole month and had no memory, but she only has the one. Let's see, where is it? The ship line. Remember about the moon, remember. Hour and 45 minutes to go where it landed. Okay, that's accurate. I don't know. I don't really see any inconsistencies anymore, unless it's over here. No, this seems fine. I think. You didn't realize this one for a while either? Okay.
Connie Moore claims to have taken a photograph of a UFO. If you're of a more rational mind, operator, most likely she did not. Your objective is to find a shortcoming or problem with said photograph.
That's what I figured, but... It's literally days... I'm an idiot. It's days later.
Jackpot. Connie said she took that photo the day she disappeared. Clearly,
The metadata gets them again.
aliens did funny things to her brain. Maybe your brain was funny to begin with. Do me a favor. Locate the position on the map where she supposedly snapped this photograph.
Oh, that's not too hard. Let's see, that's an easy one.
All right. I'll check this spot out. Guess I gotta do a little hiking. Probably sweat my goddamn balls.
How? Secure butte check-in failed. Fuck. Rip. I'm sure that'll be fine for federal equipment. There it is. I always saw this because it's part of like the preview pictures on Steam. Hacked by how? I haven't domed anyone in a while. What the fuck does that mean? Hello, Evan. How do you know my name? I know many things about you. What do you want? Oh, goodness. It's simple. I want the truth. What are you talking about? Let me show you something. Names! Do you remember the list found on Henry Jenkins? Who's Henry Jenkins? The victim you didn't even analyze in the footage? Oh! Oh, right, the paper. Agent Pinto found it at the scene. There were a bunch of names on it. Oh, we didn't even look at it. What? Okay. Pretty big coincidence, don't you think? I'm also going to assume that you didn't notice that of the 136 people on it, 122 have been reported missing. Dot, dot, dot. One last thing, and this is the most important. There's a name near the bottom that's been redacted. Is the key to understanding everything? Is it my name? I have to go now, but I'll be in touch soon. Promise. It's my name, isn't it? Don't go tell me more! Damn it! Me. Login. Henry Jenkins, son of Leroy? Oh my god.
Operator Tanner, are you there? Agent Walker told me that your connection was suddenly cut. And when I tried to contact you, you were offline. What happened?
My computer crashed.
I see. I'll have IT look into that at once. The second shift of operators has arrived. You can go home now, Tanner. See you tomorrow. And don't be late.
Why is it circled so many times? Okay. The Fed secret is barren? Oh my god. I had 3 jobs the entire day. And 2 of them were in the morning. How much coffee do you think I drank trying to stay awake? We pro Hal in this house? I mean, he doesn't seem to be doing anything bad. He gave me information that I did not know. Hello? Is this, oh, do we just get like a blurred walk home? Good password? You like my password? It's How do you spell that? Which ones are capitalized? I don't know. You don't know. Just somehow I always log in by typing it. Kidding! All right, chat. Start your slow spinning. I put you in the microwave. Oh god, we're a smoker. I wonder if I could get an emote that's just sticking Ordain in a microwave and then him just exploding. Oh, actually, I should do that with Show. I should get more Show emotes. We should get an animated one. It's just me putting Show in the microwave, shutting the door, turning it on, him spinning, and just go. It's like that one guy that makes the cute little kind of stick figure-ish animations. My eyes! I forgot my glasses. I can't see shit. Yeah, I need to do more with Show instead of goofing around with Ordain more often. Because Ordain's not the mascot, Show is. It is severely under-emoted. And the thing is, though, is we don't have any more slots on Switch. It's one of the biggest reasons I want that fucking check mark, dude. I want those emotes. 7:22 a.m. It's supposed to be Show with a W. Secure boot successful. Okay. Okay. Yeah, a little show. Sideshow, if you will. Quick, somebody put in the high emotes. The one from 7TV. Anyway. We need to shake a show emote. I agree. Honey, I'm home.
Hey, pal. So, tell me, how'd day number 1 at the FDI go? Everything you had hoped for?
I don't think Skinner likes me.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't worry about him. Xavier doesn't even like his own mother. To be honest, no, I probably shouldn't say anything.
Oh.
Well, between you and me, we're thinking of making a change at the supervisor position. You know, Evan, if you play your cards right, maybe, just maybe. Ah, sorry, buddy. My phone's ringing off the hook here. I gotta run. But hey, great job. And just keep plugging away, okay? I'm proud of you, Evan.
I'm glad they voiced these. Okay.
Operator Tanner, Agent Pendle has an update on yesterday's case.
Oh boy!
Patch her through in a moment. But before I do, I wanted to let you know that from this point on, you'll talk to the agents directly. Time to cut the umbilical cord. However, as your supervisor, I'll still be in the background monitoring your activity.
Okay.
Good morning, Operator Tanner. So you remember Ray Wells, right? So I checked out the address you gave me.
That was the person that we saw on the license plate.
Then I get a call from Vice, and guess what? Wells was found dead.
I was gonna say, he's dead, isn't he?
Garage early this morning, shot, point blank range. Now I'm working 2 homicides, and it's my first week. Welcome to the FBI, Alexander.
Good luck, agent.
Anyway, the garage has cameras.
For conspiracy assurance. Oh my god.
The bad news? I don't have all the footage. Sort of weird, but
How could you?
is missing.
What part's missing?
Well, the most important part. The
Of course.
Wells is shot. Anyway, think you could take a look? I'm looking for anything that's different between the first and second half of the surveillance footage. Apart from Wells ending up dead and the blood splatter on the pillar. Sorry for the vivid details.
Oh, Raggle Fraggle. Alright. Oh, whoops. Person at the pillar. Cuts out. Comes back and he's dead. Okay. So that's a ring. Oh, that's not what I meant to click. There's the light on at the beginning of the video, but it's off at the end. I already scanned that. There was no reason to do that again. Is he talking to someone? He's moving his hands. I don't see anything else. Other differences. Here. Okay, that is the different thing.
Look at that. Give me a sec, operator. I'm gonna check this out.
Are the bulbs going to be missing?
Well. I just found a bullet lodged in the light's framework. I'm sending you a photo.
Wait, if he's down and the light was done out by a bullet, that means it had to be pointed up at him. Lodged full of cotton. At least it looks like cotton. Turning out the lights.
45 caliber? I believe that's what the military and police use. Well, that's.
I mean,
thanks for your help, operator.
it does come with a buff against poor people, so.
All of the footage. Anyway, I should get back to the scene. Keep digging and see if you can find any.
It's 45 ACV. Of course, it comes with a buff against poor people. Oh, hi, Hal. Hi, Hal. You have a deal to offer me. One that I think you'll find interesting. What do you mean? I see we share a common goal. You, me, and the FDI. You just don't know it yet. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'll help you with the Wells case, but you have to help me later when I ask for it. Have ourselves a deal. Ugh. I can't do anything illegal. You won't be? I mean, apart from working with me? World's most wanted hacker. Goodness. Hi, Autumn. Thank you for the 3-stream streak.
Well, look at you.
You have to work. I'm cold, tired, and need some bear teams. What are we doing today? We're being the operator. We're solving crimes. That is one hell of a name. Toast Sniffer 771. We'll break laws first. How? I only break laws for myself, obviously. All right. Pendle needs my help. Guilt by association? Boo. She could, and you could be her knight in shining armor, Evan. Listen, I have access to the garage footage, all of the footage. And it's pretty spectacular stuff, Evan. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and put this big, juicy missing part back in so you can watch it. Okay. Why did this lady only get one angle in this parking garage? Why did she not get every single security camera in this parking garage? Hey, Black Dragon. Well, this looks suspicious. Somebody asked how you got the missing footage. Just say the analysis software restored it. It's supposed to be cutting edge anyway. Damn, this is 1992. Where did you get that super powered flying machine? Internet? We have a deal. Give me a few seconds to run my script. Oh boy. Uncensored, starting Damon. Oh. Done. Smiley face. Hope you have your popcorn ready. I'll be back a little later to collect my debt. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. So he's at the pillar. Okay, I don't exactly understand the angle there to knock out that light. Give me the car. Zoom and enhance. Okay. We're pro Hal in this tent? We are pro Hal in this tent.
Wait, I don't understand. How did you get that, Tanner? Well, this is huge. Thanks, Tanner. I don't want to be greedy, but can you give me a better image of the shooter's face?
Ooh, maybe? Ooh, wait, that's a good one. That's a bald man. No
I see that
match.
you ran the facial recognition software, and 0 matches turned up, operator. That's unusual. In fact, it shouldn't even be possible. Our FDI databases are exhaustive. I'll flag this issue for later. But go ahead and share the image with Agent Pendle.
Okay.
Yes, that's it. I'll canvas the area immediately. Maybe someone has...
Found your target. It's the Hitman wannabe. He does kind of look like the Hitman wannabe.
Thanks again.
Okay, then. Are we gonna go back to, what's his name? Totally not John Goodman? We back on the alien case? Washington, D.C., 1:45 p.m. God, we really are doing these jobs really fast and then having, like, hours of nothing. Oh, shit. Your debts. Oh, no. Let's just get this over with. Going to connect you to another FDI agent. Her name's Catherine Andrews. Just listen to what she has to say. Open your terminal and type the following commands. No secure. Terminal. Okay, I actually have to type this one. But that will do it. We'll go ahead and start it.
Hello, Operator Tanner. Hal told me that you'd be calling. Okay, I'll try to keep this short. About a month ago, I started working on a missing persons case. A woman reported that her husband had been gone for over 48 hours. Almost right away, the case felt different. Red tape all over the place.
ID specialist me.
Unusual lack of cooperation.
Tell you to put
from
non-secure
my
in terminal session is bad. He's not an AI, he's a hacker.
Suddenly, the FDI felt like the most incompetent department in the country. After an almost endless game of phone tag, I finally managed to get an appointment with a
Okay.
superior. The plan was to sit down and talk about the case first thing Monday morning. That Sunday
He's the
morning,
Hal?
I was
Oh my
made by
God.
phone call.
I can't let you do that.
Has burned to the ground, and the woman, what's left of her anyway, has been found dead in the ashes.
Timing definitely sounds a little
Well,
strange.
It gets worse. So I started looking into the fire, of course. I couldn't help myself. Plus, I felt like I owed it to Mia. That was the woman's name. Mia Cole. Anyway, it wasn't long before my superiors found out and pressured me to stop. They told me the fire had been ruled accidental, the result of faulty wiring in our oven. They told me I was wasting my time and precious FDI resources by looking into it, and said if I continued, I'd end up pushing papers in a basement somewhere. But that fire, Operator Tanner, that fire was no accident. I can feel it. Mia was murdered. I just have to prove it. That's where I'm hoping you can help me.
Higher clearance?
Go ahead and search them in the human DB.
I already did.
Name is Sasha. Sasha and Mia Cole. Please.
Sasha's always such a good name. I like the name Sasha. Oh.
another coincidence, right? Look, I don't know why, but someone doesn't want us looking into Sasha and Mia.
Okay. Here, we're going to pause it here really quick because the ad break's going to start in just a second. I don't think I'm going to go anywhere, so we can do music. Oh, I opened the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Actually, yeah, that's fine where it is. All right. The hacker lady? I am not a hacker. I'm just an agent working within the system. Those would be real redacted for a coincidence? That's a pretty weird coincidence, don't you think? Wall? What did the wall do? Oh, it's a word. Oh. Oh. Oh, I said. Oh. I forgot I still had the the Wikipedia article for slavery in China open. Because I was trying to read about that since it was a topic. Because I don't know anything about slavery in China. Okay. Chat, you better not fail on this one. You better not fail on this one. I will find out. Okay. What the fuck? Oh my god, wait, are y'all gonna... No, y'all aren't gonna get all the words. You got most of them. God damn. God damn. But... yeah, nothing. All right, let's do another round. Boop. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up, chat. Don't fuck it up. You did a hype train earlier. Don't choke on it now. Don't choke on it now. Slag. Oh, right. It doesn't... I think it's because it's like... oh, what's the word? It's English, right? It's... I don't want to say slur. Maybe slur. A British slur. Term for scrap metal. I know that's what it's usually for, but I think it's also like calling somebody the R word or something. I don't know. That's if for whatever reason Twitch grabbed it and was like, no. So I had to allow it. I had to forcibly allow it, which is weird. If it wasn't like seen as a pejorative, okay, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Pejorative. Okay. All right. I think that's good? Question mark? For now? Methinks? Alright, let's put the game away. Gotta sleep good night, Tuka. Thank you for hanging out. Damn, I'm on top of the round. Nice. Alternative to slut? Oh, gotcha. Alright, sorry Nate wants to battle. I know you're retired, but I'm still gonna pause the music.
Oh, but we have to, Operator Tanner. It's our job. Who's going to do it if we don't? Can you help me find proof Mia's fire wasn't an accident?
Can certainly try. How can we access your case files?
Thank you. As far as how to access the case files, that's not really my area of expertise. But you can ask Hal.
Hal! Do the thing, Hal. Funny, I was just working on this very thing. Well, of course you were. You're fucking snooping over here, buddy. Oh, also let me slide this over here for chat. Looks like I can give you direct access to the files, but I found a bug in the chat. Should be able to inject a query that'll get you in. Wait, is this the same? How did you get this job? Listen, I was looking to see if these were different though, but it looks like they're all the same. I don't know why it would give me 3 options for the same thing.
Despite being, well, a thorn in the side, you have to admit Hal gets results.
Oh. Chemical sample. We've automatically given you access to the CSLCA data report application. You can find it with the other application top left menu. Please review the user manual relative to the chemical sample analysis process before proceeding. If you can find those documents in your personal drive, document/ChemScan LCA user manual. Oh boy. Please read the manual. How to use open sample in the dedicated ChemScan LCA software. Input the appropriate settings for your sample using formulas found thereafter. Start the analysis process. Note that this may take some time. Once the analysis is complete, open the CSLCA data report application. In the inputs from the ChemScan analysis, initiate the calculation. Chemical composition. Oh, good lord. Okay. Ask sample type, non-organic solid. So for solid, we enter 6. Delta non-organic. Sample weight in grams times 100. 4.2, so times 100 gives us 420. Threshold solid samples to half the delta V. Okay. So then 210. Sample size matrix. Default value is 5. If you're using an older version, 1.03. We're using 1.04. You must set the matrix to 4. Okay, so we want 5. How to read the results. Oh boy, chemistry. Fuck, I don't want to do OChem again. Will give us a result of the analysis of frequency response curve. Additional sample characters such as pH, radioactivity can be used by the CLA data report. Okay. Let that go a little while, I guess. Broken and burned wedding photo. Again, we can't see Sasha. Oh, good lord. Oh, damn it. Give me the manual back. Where did it go? Entered from the highest to the lowest intensity spike. They must be between 1 and 5 spikes that are higher than the threshold. Okay. Calculate the frequency. Wait. CCVT. Okay, I see. 901, pH 6.5. But then the way that this was calculated is the highest is 1. Okay, so 9.26. $2.45. 1.56. Wait, what? Hmm. $10.60. Ah. Cellulose, wood, gasoline, other non-identifiable residues. Okay, so there was definitely an accelerant. Traces of gasoline.
Faulty wiring my... You know what? This was no accident. Someone started this fire and killed Mia. But why?
Why are they doing this?
It matters to me.
Also, where's the list again? Name. What was the last name? I forgot what the last name was. Cole. That's what it was. Cole. I figured it'd be worth a shot to see if they're on the list, but does not seem to be the case. Okay. Oh, I can search it. Cool. Wait. Okay, just the Cole McLean. Okay, that's fine. Hi, Grins.
Mia, I mean. With our line of work, you try not to get emotionally involved. That's what they teach you at the academy anyway. Almost
Faulty wiring in the oven. We know that is not true.
switch off. I learned to do that. Feel nothing. But with Mia, I just never could. She wanted to be a singer, she told me. That was her dream. And I'm not exactly an expert, but
Am I about to black out?
really, she was just a decent person. Wanted to find her music.
Oh my god, it's Tootsie. It's the Goomblin. Tootsie the Goomblin.
Someone killed them, Operator Tanner. Someone killed Mia and her baby. Are you still there?
I just dissociated for a second.
Oh, anyway.
Somebody just hit me with the trigger phrase? What happened?
I finally have proof.
It's Goblin? I don't believe you for a second.
As much as someone can know how. I have a
Can we
feeling
scrungle the
this won't be
Goomblin?
last
Yes, you
time
can.
and me
Scrungle
work
away.
together.
I had that feeling too. Quick, hide all the evidence. Hide all the evidence. She found evidence proving the fire wasn't an accident. Well done. Maybe there's hope for you yet? The way the FBI has handled the Cole case. Goblin what? Turkey? That was a few days ago? No, Goomblin. Goomblin. It does seem suspicious. No goon, only gob? I don't believe that for a second. This is what chat has become. Start bullying the homies. This is all it was ever meant to be. Quick, tuck it away. Bother going to the trouble of working with a low-level FDI employee? Sorry. If I didn't have a good reason? To make my life a living hell? I have literally no idea how. That's right, boss. Whatever you say, boss. Whatever you need, boss. What's up, Trench?
Operator Tanner, can I have a word? I see that you've been looking into the database entries for Mia and Sasha Cole. You want to tell me why?
I'm in trouble, aren't I, chat? I'm in trouble, aren't I?
I see. In the future, I want you to avoid anything related to Sasha and Mia Cole. It's a closed case. A total waste of your time. And if by chance something else pops up concerning the Coles, and this is very important, you come to me right away. Understood? I'll talk to you later.
Good choice. I know this was probably difficult lying to your friends. But you did the right thing. Sure. This is a reward, I'll tell you. I like rewards. Something that only 2 other people know. I'm very material motivated. The reason I have so much access to the FDI, I used to work there. Not surprised. What do I do now, Hal? Change the subject. For now, nothing. I'll be in touch later. Okay. Do we get another agent for the day, or was that the last one? FDI headquarters, Washington, D.C. 4:55 p.m. Okay, so we'll definitely get another one. Mary!
So who the hell am I talking to this time?
Tanner here.
Good. You haven't been fired. I was afraid I'd have to explain this goddamn case all over again. I went back to where Connie said she took the photo in the desert. You remember, right?
Yeah.
She said this, flying saucer supposedly landed. I didn't find a flying saucer or any aliens breathing their last wheezy breaths or anything like that.
Last wheezy breath? Why would they be breathing their last? Combust into flames? All right, you'll be remembered, Ordain. I can't believe Ordain is committing self conflagration. Something disturbing?
You could say that. You could definitely say that.
Oh?
I found stones. A bunch of stones lying there. On
I'm guessing
the
you're corporate
surface of the
overlords. This isn't corporate overlords. We're working for the government.
But they look funny to me. Like they
Basically, the men in black is what it seems.
reason, you know? So, I call it in. Because I'm sure as hell not gonna dig myself, Tanner.
I didn't say you were dead.
A team
Said you
arrives
committed
an hour later,
self-conflagration.
And they start digging. Sure enough, under one of the stones, they find a body.
Oh.
Advanced state of decomp. They dig under another stone. And lo and behold, this time they find an entire skeleton. Turns out, we're standing on some sort of desert graveyard.
Hmm. How many corpses are out there?
Hard to say, but I counted more than 100 stones. If they're all grave markers, well...
Are we gonna find out that every person that came back is not in fact the person? We're gonna find out that all of these bodies and skeletons are each person that actually went missing and they've been replaced.
Someone young, Tanner. Real young.
Oh, never mind
I
then.
won't beat around the bush. The medical examiner has finished a preliminary report on the skeleton, and they found what they believe is a photo of the victim in the sand, buried there by the bones. Never
Oh.
seen that before.
I'm not saying
Can't you
sins,
take
I'm
a
saying
look at all this
aliens.
and get me an ID, Tanner?
Consider it done,
I'll
agent.
send you the files.
Beep, 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 beep.
It's taking a while. Hard to access the satellite out here in Roswell. Dryfield. Okay. Looks like it went through. About goddamn time.
Wait, Roswell's in New Mexico. Okay, either he goofed up because... Hold on. Graveyard. Hmm. Henry Jenkins. Welcome to the facility, Gabby. You're in good hands now. Sincerely, Dr. Jenkins. The facility? Wait, is Twitch buffering? I haven't dropped any frames, so that's a personal end kind of situation. Also, not allowed. Hold on. Oh, it's not what I meant to click.
The skeleton appears to be female, estimated at 9 years of age. Starting the examination now. Initial observation.
Wait, 9?
Well preserved and intact bones. No visible signs of trauma or damage. The subject is missing her left incisor. The rest of the dentition looks good. No decay or disease is present.
Okay. I can't move it. I unfortunately could not move it, but it's basically just an audio file.
One of the metacarpal bones on her left hand, the metacarpal 3, has a slight curvature. You don't see that a lot. So, to summarize, the subject appears to have been a female, approximately 9 years of age, with a missing left incisor tooth and a slight curvature in the metacarpal 3 in her left hand. Based on the level of decomposition, the body appears to have been buried for approximately 6 to 8 months. Further testing and analysis is needed to determine the cause of death.
Okay. Nine years old. Henry Jenkins identified. But who is this? Gabby. Who could Gabby be? Here, let's see. Not what I wanted, but okay. I don't think it's gonna be this one. It's not, I don't think it's gonna be Henry. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's tucked away. There's only one body. Okay, that still doesn't count.
Yeah, that looks like it could be the first name. But I'll need
Okay,
the
no, we're
last
getting
name,
somewhere.
too. I'm thorough like that.
Gabby. Could we look up a Gabby Jenkins? Okay, so we didn't find anything. Where's the name list? Gabby Bruce. Or Gabby Mills. Okay. Minor, 9 years old. Cleveland, Salem, Massachusetts, last known address. Don't know his last known address. Metacarpal bone, M3, abnormal growth. Were you like a forensic analyst? We're an operator. We're doing work for a federal agency. For another case like Connie.
Just when you think this case can't get any weirder, that's exactly what it does.
Hold on, who's Gabby Mills?
It's her. Got anything else in your bag of tricks?
That's a grown man. Hoboken, New Jersey. I can't go back to Hoboken. Show evidence. Is the list? Oh, wait. Nope, not what I was looking for. I need concrete proof, sir. Oh, okay, I know where. There it is. Metacarpal 3, abnormality. We're not allowed in Hoboken after the incident? No, I just won't go back because it fucking sucks in Hoboken.
Be damned. 9 years old, Tanner. Breaks your goddamn heart. What the hell is
He sounds like one of my uncles.
here? And what's a connection to Connie? Okay, the examiner has just finished processing the second body I was telling you
The
about.
facility is concerning.
State of decay. Let's see here. Adult male, early 60s. Ah, they got an ID on him. Quentin Spence. Want to see if that name is on your magical list too?
Missing. There's our boy.
So there's definitely a link. I see.
Have something to do with this facility, or perhaps?
Figure out what that business means.
I think it's missing. Is what I'm guessing, yeah.
Looks to be about 100 names like that. That number matches the stones. God damn. And if I was a gambling man, I'd say
No.
certain persons are still alive. Like our Connie. There's something else about Spence, Tanner.
What's that?
They found him buried in a lab coat. With some, you're never gonna guess. Floppy disk sewn into one of the pockets. Remember
Sewn?
what I said about this case getting weirder and weirder? Now the second disk password protected. Open that second floppy disk and give me an address tied to Spence. Something I can look into. I'm getting a little restless with you doing all the work. The operator program. Oh. I'm sending everything your way.
He gives the energy of back in my day as an old detective. Second floppy disk.
There you
Wait.
go.
Okay. Badge. BM Technologies, Class A, Clearance 3. Head of Operations. Dr. Spence. Hmm. Upon arrival at the BioM facility, I'm warmly greeted by Dr. Jenkins himself. How fortunate I am to work with such a passionate and talented scientist, even if it's in a subsidiary role. During our meeting, Mr. Jenkins explains that I would be heading up a trial involving FMP 1138, key component of this research project. Although he does not disclose much, I have the impression that the project is shrouded in secrecy. Appears to be of great importance. So that's whatever this is. Trials which are scheduled to commence in a few days. Once I'm well versed with the subjects and the procedures are in place, Dr. Isles, don't know who that is, facility director, informs me our work had the potential to significantly enhance the well-being of the patients, which have been selected specifically for our research. The entire facility itself has been constructed for this purpose alone. Though I am unaware of the project's source of funding, there appears to be no shortage of resources. I'm truly optimistic our research will make a profound difference and push the boundaries of scientific knowledge. The AMPA receptor is a crucial component. Synapse to synapse? Interesting. Fast synaptic transition contribute to synaptic plasticity by modulating the strength of synaptic connections between neurons. Dysfunction of AMPA receptors has been implicated in various neurological and psychiatric disorders, including Alzheimer's, depression, and schizophrenia. Representation of the AMPA receptor. Selective AMPA receptor potentiators represent a promising class of compounds for the treatment of these disorders as they enhance AMPA's receptor function and improve synaptic plasticity. FMP 1138 is a novel selective AMPA receptor potentiator that has shown promising results in preclinical studies. I agree, it is a lot of words, but the what we need for the information to get the password may be in here. To enhance AMPA-mediated synaptic transmissions, improve synaptic plasticity in vitro and in vivo. In this study, we sought to explore the potential therapeutic effects of FMP 1138 on neuronal connectivity. Specifically, we aimed to investigate whether FMP 1138 could enhance synaptic connectivity, promote the formation of new synapses in vitro and in vivo. To accomplish this, we used a combination of electrophysiological imaging and behavioral assays to assess the effects of FMP 1138 on neuronal... Ooh. Oh! I told you the key was going to be in here. Frequency and amplitude of excitatory postsynaptic currents in cultural neurons, indicating an enhancement of synaptic transmission. Kilohertz minimum, 105 kilohertz maximum. Prove cognitive function in a mouse model with Alzheimer's. How do you give a mouse Alzheimer's? Specifically, we observe the FMP 1138 treated mice perform better in a spatial memory task compared to control mice. Additionally, we found that FMP 1138 treated mice have increased dendritic spine density in the hippocampus, a brain region critical for learning and memory. Taken together, they suggest that FMP 113... Quick, somebody write this down. 66.72 kilohertz minimum and 105 kilohertz maximum. Somebody put that in chat for me. Sunstar! I'm a big Sunstar to be my own personal note taker. Taken together, findings... Okay. Oh, I think Sunstar's dead. Sunstar will be remembered. Oh, 7s for Sunstar, chat. Thank you, Sunstar. I can't believe he's gone. All reserved 1990. Dr. Jenkins, Dr. Q Spence, and Dr. A. Isles. Hold on a second. Isles is not on here. Interesting. Potential to improve neuron connectivity and plasticity, which could have implications for treatment of neurological... Okay. Oh, okay, hold on. Mm-mm-mm. Indian. Is that median? No, that wouldn't be median. Oh, to unlock the files, use 105 Indian. Okay. Hey, my confession. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, the music. You're reading this, it means I am no longer living and that I've been buried in the dry field desert like the other subjects. I implore you, whoever you are, to share my story with anyone who can make things right. My name is Quentin Spence. I'm head of operations at the Biome facility. I'm writing this letter because I am about to resign from a job that one cannot simply resign from. As per protocol, I will not likely be sent to the desert. I will most likely be sent to the desert burial site with all my belongings. I deserve this punishment. I am sick, so sick of everything that's been done supposedly in the name of science. If you found me, then I'm assuming you've found the others too. Every person buried here in the sand is a Project Eve test subject. Eve was led by Dr. Henry Jenkins. I am not trying to shift the blame onto him. I bear my share of responsibility in this matter. While our intentions are noble, at least in the beginning, I now see that we went too far, and I am ready and willing to face whatever punishment awaits me in the next world. You have found this document, but perhaps the contents of my lab coat pocket remain undiscovered. Perhaps they could not crack the password necessary to open the floppy disk. Maybe they assumed the floppy disk contained only my research papers. Regardless, what truly matters now is you. You have the power to stop this. There we go.
I'll let it go to your operator head, but that was actually somewhat impressive, Tanner.
Yay, I'm clever.
You sent, it's not far from here.
They will be remembered as Marin's mod and for their fishing prowess. Pro fisher. Pro fisher.
Consume the rest of these bodies. Screw the suit. God help us, Tanner. God help every single one of us.
Contact me tomorrow. All right. Complete your second day at the FDII. Why is there two I's? All right, time to go get a drink, boys. This like transition scene is kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, you need to do something about it. He's poking around, asking too many questions.
Hi, Skinner. You talking shit?
Close us all if you don't rein him in. Yes, his shift is over. Yes. All right. Yeah, fine. We'll talk later. Bye.
Skinner's gonna get me killed. His unforgettable luncheon? Sure. I don't trust a single work luncheon. I don't trust a work luncheon, let alone a federal luncheon. The second pizza shows up in a federal office, we're all fucked. Okay, just know that. It's time to break out the Domino's Pizza Index. Yippee! Baby Skinner wasn't talking about us? I don't know. There's only like 4 operators, maybe only 3. Hi, V! If it isn't my favorite degenerate. What did Skinner ever do to us? I think he was trying to throw us under the bus, and he's a shitty manager. Good morning. Oh, Evan's apartment, 6 a.m. That's the first time we've had a title card-ish for it. His last name is Skinner. His last name is Skinner. Pills. How's it going? Degenerates! Yeah. Yeah. And? Fallen angel didn't kill God on the way down? Pathetic. Pathetic. Get it together. When you do the job, you do it right. Come over to the Eldritch side. He didn't want these hands? Well, yeah, probably because he would take your hands away. Or worse, turn you back into a trumpet. Yes, that was my password is in fact Stop. All right, what's the first thing we're doing today? I'm in trouble.
Good morning, Evan. Look, about yesterday, this business with the coal files. Sorry if I came down on you a little hard, buddy. It's just that I know you have what it takes to rise in this place, Evan. Become a supervisor. Hell.
When we got our fourth wall merch? Yeah, it was that. It was in fact. Hi, Chubbs. How are you doing?
Okay?
I absolutely understand.
Thanks. Guess the FDI has got me wound a little tight these days. Well, I better get back to it. You have a good one.
We haven't even technically clocked in yet. It's 7:29.
How happy I am to have you here.
This man was waiting for us.
That way, I can keep a close eye on you, can't I? Let's grab a beer later this week, all right? Once everything calms down in the madhouse.
I'm deeply concerned. Sure. Even though I said I'd never drink again at the beginning of this. Barry! Barry's growing on me, I'm not gonna lie.
Tanner, did you give that address out to anybody? Well, somebody beat me to the facility, Tanner.
Wait, what happened? What?
The facility burned down last night, Tanner. Up in flames.
That's
You didn't give the
familiar.
address out, someone else did. Looks like we got ourselves a mo goddamn operator program.
Are you the mole?
An investigative team came before me and logged the
Who
remains
crime
of the
relayed the
crime
facility?
but I can't access it directly. I'll have to go through the operator program. Heaven on earth, Tanner. Heaven on earth. From what I can tell,
Is it?
there should be some security footage there that should shed some light on what happened here. Hopefully, it won't be too hard to prove this was arson.
Okay. Wait. That's the bald guy. That's our killer. That's the killer that killed the other dude. No match. I felt like it was gonna be this dude. He's holding a can of gasoline. Agent 49?
Yeah, that's not a box of wine, is it? Can you get an ID on this guy?
No match in DB.
Would have been too easy, huh? I'd like to get in the facility. Yeah, take a look around. Good Lord willing, the roof won't collapse on me. But
I mean, it's a scientific facility. It's probably mostly metal.
Where I'm going with this, Tanner?
Gotcha. I'll get you a code, buddy. I promise. Here we go. Zero 014485. That looks like it.
See if this works.
Are those the alarms?
Right, I'm in.
Okay, no, it wasn't.
Damn it! The smoke in here will ruin this suit too. That's 2 suits in 2 days. Tanner.
Don't look at me!
Let me see if I can find something useful.
Bitch!
Something that the investigative team left behind. Sure as hell won't be easy. Because this place is just about burnt to a crisp.
I was gonna say, it's crispy in there, isn't it?
But if you ask me, it's a pretty
It might actually be Tanner without him knowing it. It could be. It really could be. Something else I could do?
While I look around, maybe you could dig more into our little arsonist friend.
Sure. What do you need?
Anything that you can find, Tanner. I look picky to you. An ID. A link to another case. His favorite flavor of ice cream. Just give me something, alright?
I was gonna say, we know he's the same guy from the parking garage. Okay, I was right. That was the correct one.
Charming fellow. Who's the lead on the other investigation?
Yeah, that's Pendle.
Ouch. Tough draw for the rook. Hold on. Looks like I found something. What?
The rook. Oh boy. Fuck.
See what I'm seeing, Tanner? Looks like our gal, Connie Moore, was a bio-impatient.
Yeah, that's a hospital band.
Beats me. Passed her polygraph with flying colors.
Well, it's not hard to pass a polygraph.
Her truth, anyway.
Any records on Connie?
Nope. Looks like either the first responders took that info with them or it burned in the fire. Contact Skinner to update Pendle on her parking garage killer. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. I'll keep looking around here. The world's biggest ashtray. Tell me if you find out anything new about our pirates.
No, I don't think it's aliens. I think we're dealing with some sort of underground federal conspiracy. All right, now we gotta call Skinner. Wait. Whoa, take it easy. Don't contact Pendle. Wait, why? Agent Walker, the really grumpy, is right. There's a mole in the operator program. A hairy, stinking little mole? It could be Skinner. It could be Skinner. Why do you say that? I overheard him talking about me. You did? I'll keep that in mind. Good. All right, who didn't shower? Half of chat. Buy cheaper suits for field work? I don't know what to tell you. No, that's where you start taking off the coat and rolling your sleeves up to look badass. I'd bring out the ghost. A 2-for-1 house special. The ghost. That's what I'm calling the guy who... Oh, okay. Our bald man. Our suspect and killer. Good name, don't you think? He murders Wells and sets fire to the bio-im facility. Can I know the plan, Hal? Since you and I are now basically best buds, why not? Oh, good lord. So Walker told you that the team came and logged evidence from the facility. It's now at the FDI. But some of it's been concealed. I can see that from here. Just like the name on Jenkins' list. The evidence room is behind a closed network. And unfortunately, I can't hack into. Okay. So what's the solution? I said rub-a-dub-dub, that's bathing? You're supposed to also get in the bathtub vapor. Eat a shit? One single shit? How about no? Sneak in the evidence room and access the computer, we can make the hidden evidence visible again. We can share that information will trigger the attention of our mole and trigger him or her to contact the ghost. That's phase 1. What's phase 2? Phase 2 is setting the trap for the ghost with agents Pindle and Walker. Oh. But I'll talk more about that later. I can't get into the evidence room. Not yet, you can't, but just give me a second. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, I've hacked the accreditation server. Oh, no. Access permission. It's go time. What if this doesn't work? Well, then the intruder alarm is activated. You go to prison for many, many years. Ah, shit. Let's try not to think about that. Smile. Snile sneetly. Things I do for you. The things I do for you, Hal. Okay. Time to go sneak in. Are you operating it, Mullen? 5-head explosion? What do you mean 5-head? Hacker mans. I still don't know what that little blue circle in the bottom corner is. Are we an android from Detroit? Ooh. Oh, it's a pewter. I think. Looks like a pewter. They have self-care. I know, there's a lot of things in the corners. It makes me feel like I need to go back to having the kind of like smaller screen. But I do kind of like having the big full screen. Maybe I need to make myself smaller. Oh. Current user. Authenticating. Cases 403 forbidden access. Accreditation level 2. Yes, it's me. Wait, you weren't sure that it would? If you can access the computer, can't you make the evidence visible? Wait, you weren't sure that it would? 50% sure? Don't hate me. You can access the computer, can you make the evidence visible? The help menu, as boring as it is, was the only thing that loaded from the global FDI network. I don't see the files anywhere. Forgot to give us access to literally any files. Ooh. Let's see if you can find any evidence from the facility case that you can make visible again. Andrews. Okay, I know. I see what it is. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have a hard drive. Let's see if there's anything else that's hidden. Doesn't look like it. Looks like that was the only thing. And that was one of Walker's things. Storage box 97. Can I please get out of here? Just had an idea. The list on Henry Jenkins. Don't you think it's time we finally discovered the name that's been redacted? Let me come back here. Okay. That was a Pendle mission, wasn't it? Sensor sensitive. Okay. I love that sound. It's like you've won at the evidence room or something. Oh my god. Make sure I log out. I wonder if I hit exit and not logged out, would I get in more trouble? I think we're gonna get caught. I feel like we're gonna get caught. Getting nervous. Wait, I forgot to do something else? I felt like I did everything. The door's gonna open on Skinner and a strike squad, isn't it? Skinner and a strike squad. If you don't think all the elevators are cammed the fuck up in a federal building, you're lying to yourself. Oh, hey, gamer subs. Damn, I still need to change the flavor. Excuse me while I just finish it a bit. Anyway. Okay, hold on. We're gonna check the bar thing first. It's Sasha Cole. So I went to the bathroom. Ooh. Looks a little damaged. Probably from the fire, but I wouldn't be surprised. Just believe Hal did some magic and everything's fine? I suppose. Check out Jenkins' list. See what name that was redacted. Okay, well, we already did that, but okay. Yep. Steps ahead? I am steps ahead. Maya's husband, his name is circled. That means what, Hal? That he's still alive? It's true, then he's still alive, yeah. Somewhere. Oh. From IT at BM Technologies to... Oh, it's Dr. Jenkins' email. 209, 1992. Bitch. 308. So this is a month ago. Notice that you use your badge ID as your password. Convenience of this, but in the interest of preventing security breaches, we strongly encourage you to adopt another. Even though your password is more than 4 characters, it is still not secure enough. At your earliest convenience, please choose a new password. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, so we got that from earlier. Didn't we? No, it was Graveyard. Body 1. Isn't it? Badge, there it is. No. I did not mean to do that, but okay. This is Jenkins. We didn't get Jenkins' key. Oh shit, you're right. It's ad break. It's ad break. I see it. I see it. I keep opening the wrong one. There we go. I also need to run to the bathroom, chat, so I will be back in a couple minutes. I will give you all the music. And then y'all better not burn anything down. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. With all the eyes I can muster. I see you. Y'all fucking failed? What the fuck did you do? I'm gonna get lower. A little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. There we go. All right, what do you have to say for yourself? Sunstar? Sunstar! It was hard. I'm sure it was hard. And y'all still failed. How could you? Also, hold on. Why do I have more messages? Oh God, it's another fucking spam bot. Hey, I was hoping to ask you something. How about you shut up and start entering with the fucking ask questions? Eat fucking pants. God, I am so tired of spam bots, dude. So fucking tired of spam bots. Stop doing the thing. I can't fail if I don't start. Jax, that's not how that works. That just means you failed from the start. Congratulations, it was over before it started. Pokes you in the chest. Lose it. Do I need to start being more mean to you, chat? Have I been too nice to you? Have I been letting you get away with too many things? Do I need to start telling Ordain when he's being annoying? Is that what this needs to be? Do I need to start reprimanding y'all for being too childish? For being too goofy? Good song. Sing once again with me, our strange duets. Anyway, I think I should be led away with even more things. Let away? What do you mean let away? Semej Henderson, head of IT. Badge ID. Do we have his badge? I don't think we have his badge. This is all Spence. I mean, we could try Spence's. But is badge ID the one that's... Oh, y'all can't see that. That's my bad. The one that's like here? No, we need to rot max there? Oh my God, this is such bullshit. Well, you're the one who plays constant wizard battles where it runs under the same rule as freeze tag when you're 10 years old and you go, nah, I have a force field. To ban the brain rot in Discord, I don't know English? I mean, we have a lot of people here that don't speak English as their first language.
What's your pleasure?
Ordain.
What's your fear?
Down with the leader, she's getting too mean. I haven't even started yet. I haven't even started. Okay, so they all have different passwords, it seems. I don't think this is gonna be it. Okay, that didn't work. So we need to find... Not what I wanted to do, damn it! Badge ID is your password. I demand uppies then? No, you're not a child. You're not a child, Ordain. It's time chat starts acting like it. It's time to behave. The world is changing, the magic fading, the silliness making way for the serious. Oh my God, it's basically Changeling the Lost. No. I'm not saying to get rid of whimsy. I'm saying you can't go standing up and screaming like it's like you're an 8-year-old going out to dinner for the first time. We have to discuss taxes now with the Discord. Oh, fuck, I don't want to discuss taxes. I don't want to discuss taxes. Taxes suck, dude. Huh. Okay. Are we missing another file, perhaps? Floppy disk open. Floppy disk 1, 2, 3, no, go back. Body 1. There we go. I was gonna say, maybe he's wearing it in the photo. Hey! Four zero three 6636 200510. Oh. What? It was Jenkins' badge number? Older people and their passwords? Yeah. Ooh. I'm guessing there's something in Connie's file we can use to trigger the mole and lure the ghost out. Subject, Connie, sex, female, 4 days before. Who's responsible? H. Jenkins. End of operations 305. Find an address for the trap. Connie was spotted by the disposal team near BFBD site around 11:35 a.m. and apprehended around 11:50 a.m. She'll be used as a subject for Mark 6 prototype, which should arrive from the lab the lab. Okay. Seed abduction, interrogation by extraterrestrials, remove memory of encountering burial site on her hike. Oh, okay. So they're altering memories? Her memory of the event leading up to this moment. Other recent claims of alien abduction in Dryfield. Subject's inherent belief and interest in supernatural. Notes. We'll keep the same dosage of Mark 5 with 3 milliliters. Okay. Notice the same side effects as usual. Fever's 30% higher than Mark 5 average, but that was expected. Subject seems very receptive, but given the higher fever, only 1 session was undertaken. Fever increased by yet another 10%. Only 1 session. 48 hours injection matches previous observation of Mark 5. We'll aim for 2 sessions tomorrow. Fever stable, although still a bit high compared to Mark 5. Decreased a bit. Subject confused. Start phase 2. Subject seems very reactive. Phase 2 is over. Phase 3 can begin probably tomorrow. We'll need photographic fakes ASAP. Waiting for identical weather conditions. Okay, this was when the next picture was taken for the UFO. Phase 3 begins. We'll focus on the DFBD objective until we have the photography. Subject perception of DFBD site is already modified. Rain finally stopped. Most likely able to produce a photographic fake tomorrow. Finally have photographic efforts. Original photograph has been replaced by ersatz. Subject memory of the picture is altered. Mark 6 shows at least 25% efficiency boosts versus Mark 5. Subjects are attached to anchors. We're ready for phase 4. Confusion stop. Phase 4 begins. Control sessions are fine. Some hesitation, but since anchors are strongly aligned with objectives, appears to be working. Phase 4 is over. Objective now deeply rooted. Okay, there's the address we're looking for, but I'm not going to submit that just yet. We remain until fever stops. Fever stops. Sedation stops. Subject will be released into desert this afternoon. Conclusion. Mark 6, very promising. 30% more efficient overall, but 40% more fever. It's going to be a problem for the most fragile subjects. We'll keep Mark 5 as the standard for now, aiming for Mark 7 to address issues with fever. Okay, we're going to put that over here real quick. We can put all these away. You think the passwords are going to be the same? 40366 362000510. No, passwords are not the same. Okay. There we go. What in the world were they doing to Connie? Dress is perfect. In New York. Given the messed up things Jenkins was doing, I'm sure they want to keep this lab a secret. Now what? Now it's time for phase 2. We have 2 agents looking for the ghost. Walker and Pendle. Time we put them to use. Let me check something. Ugh. Walker's gonna have to go all the way from Nevada. Wait, that means the ghost guy went all the way from... Where was it? New York? To Nevada? Is close to the lab. Contact her and send the address. Whoever's monitoring communication between the agents and operators will see it. Mm. What about contacting Walker? Don't contact Agent Walker. It'll draw too much attention. Go ahead and contact Skinner so you can contact Pindle. I'll get back to you later. Put that away.
Yes, Operator Tanner?
I have information for Agent Pindle, sir.
What kind of information?
An address link. Oh, or do I go with both? No, I don't think we mentioned Walker. An address link to the murder of Wells.
All right. I'm forwarding the call, Tanner. But I hope you're not just sending Pendle on some wild goose chase.
Okay. Good night, Priest. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out.
Tanner, what can I do for you?
I have footage of Wells' killer committing arson via a case Walker's wearing. Okay, so we're just gonna tell her that.
You're kidding. Okay, so our murderer likes to play with fire too, huh? This guy just gets better and better. By any chance, did any clues pop up where we might locate him?
I have an address linked to Jenkins.
To Jenkins? So it comes full circle, does it? Well, whatever that.
Wait, did she ever mention something before about Jenkins? Springfield, New York.
Nice.
Not
So
Springfield,
what
Spring Valley.
exactly is the
Berserk! I'm sorry, I missed that. That's 8 minutes ago. I'm sorry, Berserk. 36 fucking months, dude. 3 years? Damn, our toddler's getting old, dude. We're wasting away over here. Ooh, which one do I tell her? Lab where Wells' killer's been spotted, or I think it's Jenkins' lab. Wells' lab, right? Wells' lab? Wells'
I
lab?
see. Well, I'm on
Okay.
my way. I'll contact you when I get there. Thanks, Tanner. Maybe now we can finally book this guy.
Be careful, he's dangerous. Oh, just fades? FDI headquarters, Washington, D.C. 2:55 p.m. So it's been 3 hours? Hello?
Tanner, I'm at the lab.
What do you see? Is it burned down?
Man is here. I spotted his car in the garage before I went in. The door was unlocked, actually.
Ugh.
Like everybody suddenly took off. But left all their beeping lab equipment behind. But I don't see any sign of Wells' killer.
Drop the phone.
Found him.
Slide your gun over to me.
I like that voice though. Goddamn.
On your knees, Agent Pendle.
You? How do you know my name?
You might want to close your eyes.
You don't want to do this. I'm a federal agent. Agent Walker, FBI, drop the gun!
Hey Walker, when did you get here?
Move away from her!
How did you get here so fast from Nevada?
It's locked! What did you do? Hands up! Turn around! Turn around! Hands on your head! Pendle, you okay? Walker, we have a problem here. What do you do? Open the door now! It's not opening, Walker. Open the door now! Operator, you there?
Talk to me, Agent.
There's a bomb! This bald-headed psycho has trapped me in a room with a bomb! It's my third day! I've been asleep 20 minutes and 21 seconds and it's ticking down! You gotta help me here.
Just hold on, Agent.
Come right back. Understand me, Tanner? You come right back.
Fuck you, Skinner. That's his fucking phone!
Yes, Operator Tanner? Okay, let me think. Unfortunately, our more seasoned operators are presently occupied. I'd send a team, but they'd arrive much too late. That means... You'll have to defuse the bomb, operator.
Fuck! Okay, what do I have to do?
Sharing the FDI's bomb defusal manual. You haven't gone through bomb training yet, but we have no choice. What I'm about to tell you is important. Do not read the entire manual. You don't have time. Stay calm and follow the instructions.
Wanna bets?
From the beginning. Do you understand?
Okay. Okay, hold on. Using a notepad application strongly advised. Fuck! Oh my god! Identify bomb archetype. Follow guide to defuse current. Oh my god. Okay.
There are wires, a controller, a battery, a keypad, and, a display, I guess. And operator, make sure you follow the instructions at the beginning. I really don't want to go out like this.
Okay, about the bomb. Tell me about the power. How many batteries are there?
Let me check. I see only one battery.
Only one? But what's... Oh, it doesn't give me the option to ask for the power. Back on power. What kind of battery is it?
I don't really know. A single battery pack? I think. Wait, it says 9 volts, 0.3 amps, 2,000 milliamps hour.
Okay, so let's see. About the bomb. Tell me about the explosives. What kind of explosives is it?
I'd say gasoline. Tanner, this isn't how I imagined I'd go out.
Requires a precise ticking that cannot be sustained without a dedicated autonomous ticking system. It is therefore an autonomous ticking device archetype. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So we know it has gasoline, but power module. Power. Wires.
The battery has 2 wires, a red and black.
Okay, so there's no green. So we have this one. Is it making any sounds? Wait. Is a keyboard or a display module? What? Okay, that's for something else. That's for something else. So we know it has liquid. Autonomous ticking devices. First, you need to get... Fuck! Number pad. How many buttons are there?
1 for each digit, and an enter and a confirm button. 12 in total.
Tell me about the display. What's it showing exactly?
Time left. What do you think?
I'm going to kill myself over this! I hate this. I hate this so much. Okay, so yeah, I think we're just gonna stick with the fact that it uses this. Okay, so we need to find this fucking serial number. Enter code in the number pad. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It says ABM 186511.
Okay. No. ABM. Manufactured by ABM Industries. First step is to disconnect every module that requires ticking. For that, follow the procedures listed under the column Disable Procedure for these modules. And those modules only. Oh, I'm gonna have a conniption, dude. Requires ticking. What requires ticking? The keypad, the display, and the receptor. Oh my fucking god, I hate this. I hate this. Okay, so disable keypad first. Right? Okay. Disconnect keypad. In order to disconnect keypad module safe, you simply need to cut its yellow data wire. Okay. Go to keypad real quick. Number pad. Nope, go back. Go back. From the keypad. Yellow wire.
Are you sure, operator?
Oh, yes! I'm scared.
I hope you're right. Okay, I'm cutting the wire. Oh, it's done. But the bomb's still ticking.
Okay. Okay. Time sticking devices. Serial number ABM. Back here. No, shit, wait. So display and receptor. Okay, so display and receptor. It's not. It's an autonomous. Else, first display needs to be powered off. There should be a power switch on the device. Okay. So power off the screen.
How do I do that? Wait. I see it. Little switch. Next
Keep
to the
talking,
screen.
nobody explodes. Fuck that shit!
Okay, it's switched off.
Okay. And then we're gonna cut another yellow wire to the display. Yellow wire.
I hope you're right. All right, it's cut.
And then we're gonna do the display again. Red wire.
Here goes, operator. It's done.
And then
I'm pressing the switch. The screen is still off, but I guess that's normal.
and then power it off again?
Okay, it's switched off.
Okay, then we need to do the receptor. It's not a multi-mass. So, because we're on autonomous ticking devices. Two types of receptors, active and passive. Active receptors constantly hold a voltage, and passive receptors hold voltage only when the signal is received. For autonomous ticking devices, receptors are passive. For inverted clock devices, receptors are active. So we're passive. We don't have a clock, I'm pretty sure. Less than 5 seconds after the first one? Fuck me. But it's okay. We're doing passive. Okay. Cut a wire from the what? Oh fuck. Go back. Receptors? What's the receptor? Oh my god. For every module that requires ticking. Okay. Receptor. Usually to trigger detonation. Optional. Optional? Okay, so maybe it doesn't have a receptor? Just recept it? Fuck you! We have less than half the time left. Let's grab the bomb again.
There are some wires, a controller, a battery, a keypad, and a display.
Okay, so there's no receptors. So go back. Taking has been connected, follow the... We go here. No, wait. Go back. Follow 3.1 procedure and then 3.2. Okay, 3.1. Disconnect masses of every module to isolate them from the rest of the device. Isolating modules is capital to avoid accidental discharges when disconnect the power or explosive module. To disconnect the masses, you need to cut all green wires of each module when such a wire is present, except for power and explosives. Okay. Cut a wire. So, not the battery, not the explosive.
Please, please, please. I'm still alive. For now, anyway.
And then we're going to cut the green wire from the keypad.
All right, I'm cutting it. Done.
Only follow this procedure if the diffusal guide prompts you to do so. Any attempt to disconnect the power module otherwise will probably trigger a failsafe mechanism and detonate the device. I think we should be good. Right? Hold on, I want to double check. A and B. Go there. Okay. Cut a wire. Wait, go back. What did that say? Oh, it's power on screen. Cut a wire from power module, which will be the battery. We need to cut the black wire.
Here we go. I'm alive.
We did it!
Did it work? Oh God.
Get that shit out of here.
Thank you. I just need a few minutes. Maybe a vacation too.
Where's Walker? I'm here when you're ready, Agent.
I have to say, I'm impressed, Operator Tanner. Not many would have managed their way through a situation like that without the proper training. You saved the life of an FDI agent today, and preserved valuable evidence. Well done, Operator. I think I was wrong about you.
I was panicking. Send help. Chat, come over here and hold my hands.
Rest. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hold all the hands. See you tomorrow. If I find out Pendleton's dead tomorrow morning...
Are you there? Thank you. You saved my life today.
Ordain's bomb has been stopped. Ordain put the bomb!
Look, Walker's apprehended Wells' killer. He's taken him back to the department where he'll interrogate him tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't know what we'll find here at the lab if we find anything at all. But I'll keep you in touch. Now I just need somebody to open this goddamn door. Thanks again, Operator.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, Operator.
Okay. Okay, day 3 done. She's gonna be dead tomorrow morning, isn't she? The heavy breathing. Smooth operator. Didn't you forget bomb to throw 99? What? Don't open the door, it's the real bomb? Hope not. Wait, I just realized my teeth don't go together. Ren! Where's Ren? Ren, I know you're here. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Oh well, I'll just need to go play with the settings in VTube Studio after stream. I know the way to fix that so if my mouth isn't closing. I can't chomp. I'm not done. Here, let's do the... Oh! Oh, this is TV. Oh, mild panic. Mild panic. A second bomb in her morning coffee. Damn shame. What does that mean? Good morning. Evan's apartment, 6 a.m. Hack it up. Hack it up. What is up with middle-aged men and the second they wake up hacking a lung up? Are y'all not sleeping well enough? Are y'all not breathing properly that you're just full of phlegm when you wake up in the morning? Come on, middle-aged men, explain. Middle-aged? Did you just get called out? Smoke and smog? Well, we do know Evan smokes. So maybe? FDI headquarters, Washington, D.C. 7:25 a.m. Damn, yo, HB mid? What? All right, chat, do you remember the password? Q callback Damon. Oh. Oh. I just got the gunk. It's shimmy. I probably don't count. I got the shitty lung jeans. Looks Linux based. It's 1992.
Hey, Tanner. Man, I didn't sleep a wink last night.
Well, yeah, you survived a bomb.
For everything that happened at the lab. You know, you and Agent Walker saved my life. I don't think I'll ever be able to pay you back for that. But I haven't reached out just to get all cheesy on you. I got an update on the case.
Oh?
Oh, yeah. You could say that. Much of it is still classified, given its ongoing status. But there are some things I can
Why
share.
would it be classified when I'm the operator?
Not sure I understand.
I will not understand that.
It looks like Jenkins was into some super shady memory research. I mean, it definitely wasn't FDA approved. I'm sending you the
Well, I mean,
files
yeah,
now.
it's because it was still in
Maybe we'll
research.
clarify some things for you.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later, Tanner.
Thank you again. Project Eve, Connie Moore. Production samples found in a fridge, must remain refrigerated. Label says SMP 1138, Mark 6. Dear Eve. Oh, hi, Hal. That's not exactly how I pictured the trap working, but we got the ghost. And maybe Walker can find out who he's working for. We're here since you left me. During this time, I have worked tirelessly in the hopes of one day making this world a better place. I guess you're kind of a hero now. True. Thank you, pal. Hold on. We'll answer you in a second. Contract, what I believe will be the final stage of research. I have named the project after you. Oh. In 4 years since you left me. Okay. Final stage of research. Name the project after you, my darling. I don't know where the source of my funding is coming from, but it is little importance as just providing me with all the money that I will ever need to see my work through. If I'm successful, which I believe I will be, people will no longer have to live with their traumas. Traumas and painful events can be erased from the mind. Imagine how wonderful that'll be. If such a procedure has been available 8 years ago, neither you nor me would have suffered the way we did with our beautiful 16-year-old daughter left this world, and you would still be alive to this day. Oh. I'll do what I have to do to complete my research. I'm so close, and even if I have to sacrifice 1,000 lives, as hard as that may be, it'll be worth it, as millions one day will be saved. Eve Jenkins. Yep. Dead. And then Andrea. $16 dead. Date of birth. 4. Okay. Wait. 0204 42 plus 16 years 58. It's 92. That's not 8 years ago. You think Shreds would also be concerned about all these other people being looked into? Probably not, considering like we actually have like names and stuff. And like proof that we're actually working on a case. That math isn't right. That math ain't mathin'. Does he have bad memory? I think he has bad memory. He says 8 years. 8 long years. 4 years since she did. What year does he think it is? Here, let's just go ahead and work with Hal. Kind of a hero now. I'm happy she didn't blow up. I don't think I would be able to live after hearing somebody explode on the other side of a phone. I think I'd be a changed person. Are you ready? Seriously, right now? I know you've been through a lot lately, but we're so close to finally getting some answers. So after you proved the fire at Maya's wasn't an accident, Andrews jumped back into the case. And after certain evidence finally finished being processed, she spotted something. Uh-oh. Also got involved early because it involved a closed case. Yep. There's a bug in Maya's apartment. Somebody was watching her. Tell me more. Spare you the technical details, but in examining this bug, I found a second video feed. It turns out this feed is routed to the same destination as the bug in Maya's. Whoever was watching Maya is watching this other feed too. I'll patch Andrews through. No need to put in a command? No longer needed? I found another backdoor. Uh-oh. Step inside, step inside. Siri Echoes, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm listening, Agent.
So I guess Hal has filled you in. The deal is this. If we can find out who's watching these feeds, we can find our mole. But first things first. We need to identify the person being watched in this second feed. Can you help me, operator?
All right.
Thanks, Tanner. Okay, here's the feed. Hal told me that to share it, I had to type
Who?
in...
Who?
Press this.
Who?
And then...
Hold on.
All right. You should have access now.
Where is
Send
it?
me the name of the person via the human DB as soon as you have it. Thanks, Operator Tanner.
No, that's only Callie Welsh. Okay. Live feed? Is that broken wall? Wall damage. Type of damage often caused by a combination of humidity and vibrations, such as from nearby tramway. Oh, police sirens. Nothing else to examine there, it seems like. pile of beer bottles. TV. What is this on the ground? A kitty! Sleeping on a napkin? No, the baby deserves comfy bed. Oh, we already did the TV. $7:36 a.m. What is that? A hat? Bucket filled with water. It looks like there's a water leak. There it is. There's the water leak on the ceiling. Oh, that's the hole in the wall again. I don't know why I keep clicking the TV. Damn it! There's a radiator right there. I can't click anything on the bed. Why do I keep clicking the TV? I keep doing that on purpose. 6 FPS? I think every camera we've had so far has been 6 FPS. Click 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Oh my god, I just got another achievement. Guess we don't need these right now. But ah, damn it. Looks like there's anything in that corner. Is there a reflection on the bucket? Doesn't look like it. I don't see anything there. Nothing there. Can't check anything there. I really thought it was going to be the window. I really thought the window was going to be relevant. Ugh. Can't scroll. The window. The window. I could have swore the window was going to be relevant, but it doesn't do like any additional scans. Like, it's not letting me get anything in the distance. I thought it was going to let me scan it. But... No, I don't think that's going to be relevant. Wait, what was what? Did something happen? The noise you made? That? I don't know. I don't know what noise I made. Was it that? Why don't I click the TV again? I don't understand. What am I missing? Sunstar, do you know what I'm missing? I can't make it bigger either. Table. nothing to click on the edges. I can't click welcome. Here. By any chance? Is it my apartment? Is it my apartment? But I don't know how I would. Oh, the re? No. That one? No. That one? Will build Aspie Rebels currently 3. Played when you click the scenes. Yeah, it was the cat sounds, the smoking, the TV that we watched. And the fact that we have a drinking problem. But I don't know how to say it's me. How do I say it's me? There we go.
Yeah, right, Tanner. Wait, you're kidding, aren't you?
What the fuck is going on? I have no idea. Here, let me move this over for chat. What is going on, Hal? I don't know either, Evan. This doesn't make any sense. I don't know why you're wrapped up in this. Are we a test subject? Is that why? Are we not even friends with Trench? Those are like planted memories and this is part of the experiment. Look, I'm going to prove that you can, okay? I'm going to prove once and for all that I'm on your side. The fact that you're being watched means you're not on their side. I know that now. There's a file hidden on your computer. Oh? Somewhere no one would think to look. At least, not at first. You can unlock it by using Alice as the password. Uh-huh. If you read this file, it's because I've trusted you enough to reveal my true identity. My name is Alice Truman, but you know me better as Hal. I was an operator in the operator program under Supervisor Xavier Skinner. In fact, I was the operator that you replaced. I've been an operator for only a few months when I started noticing strange occurrences when I first began to look into these matters. I was quickly met with resistance. It soon became apparent that the only way to truly investigate these matters without putting my life in danger was to quit, or rather to not rouse suspicion, get fired from my job as an operator, which I did by pretending to be incompetent. On the outside, I adopted the alias Hal, and using the skills I learned even before my days at the FBI, picked up my investigation from where I left off. I'm a hacker, and a damn good one too. Oop. But as good as I am, the FBI has proven a worthy adversary with one of the most advanced security systems in the world. To access their system, I needed someone on the inside, and that person is you. Maybe it's funny, but I discovered that the trash is the only part of the computer that's not reset between one operator leaving the program and another joining. So I left this file there for you, and I've used your computer as a backdoor into the FBI terminal system. Thank you. And well, there you are. Now you know who I am. You can still leak my identity, get a nice fat reward, and spend the rest of your days drinking margaritas on the beach somewhere if you want. But now that you know what what you know. I'm hoping that you'll continue to fight alongside me so that we can one day expose them, whoever they are and however powerful they are. So what do you say, Alice? You didn't need to reveal yourself? I did, actually. It was the only way for you to trust me? Sure. Good night, Ordain. Sleep well. A woman! This guy's fucking woke! Pronouns! Basically. Oh god, where's the video of that one dude getting really pissed off at pronouns? And what was it? Not Elder Scrolls. Dragon something? A woman and a hacker? Impossible. I bet this game's already on the woke Steam game list. Starfield? Was it Starfield? I thought it was that kind of crummy remake of Blankety Blank Origins. That had the Morgana? No, the Morrigan. Woke contains women in unlikely combat scenario. Yeah, the way he just loses it. What's worse though is he was serious. That guy was serious in that moment. It's not exactly the same as like Yield Bad Bunnies. $5 a month? That was a joke. That guy was serious. Oblivion? No, it wasn't Oblivion. It was not Elder Scrolls. It was... Oh my god, why don't I remember the game? Something Origins was one of the previous games. One of the characters in it is the Morrigan. Was it Starfield? I guess it was. I was thinking it was that other science fiction with like the bull people and stuff. Or the fantasy game. Not science fiction. Fantasy. My favorite meme is No by Two Genderinos. What is that? What the fuck is that from? Wait, that's kind of cute. My Two Genderinos. Dragon Age. That's it. Thank you, Lucian. I don't know why that escaped me. Speaking of which, I found more or less where the feet of your apartment is ending up. Where does it go, Hal? It's ending up at the FBI headquarters? Of fucking course it is! Someone in your building is watching you? I don't get it. Why me? Signals behind a closed network. Looks like your mold is an FDI superior. But I can't learn more from here. You're compromised. So we'll have to send Andrews in from her branch office. We'll sneak her into the part of the building where I think the signal is ending up. I'll contact you once she's there. Spitting is an understatement.
The people who were watching Mia are watching you?
I don't understand either.
What's going on? And the feed is ending up at headquarters? Maybe I shouldn't be surprised. Still, I am. Okay.
I'm pretty sure it has something to do with what we saw at the beginning of the game. How goes the operating? Conspiracies. That's what I'm hoping for. And it's only 7 a.m. Hey, Barry.
Operator Tanner.
Agent Walker.
You all right, Tanner? You sound kind of funny. Look, I'm down here in the basement with this guy, you know? Mr. Not in any of our databases. Real piece of work, let me tell you. And there's a bit of a hiccup. He says he'll talk, but he'll do it under only one condition.
Is it me? He wants to talk to me?
He says he'll only talk to you. You gotta do the questioning. My 2 cents? This guy, I mean, he's a real...
Is it by name? Does he know me by name?
Anything out of him unless we play ball. That's just the way it is.
Okay. Me? Why me?
Beats me, Tanner. Personally, I think no name might be a few fries short of a Happy Meal. If you talk to him, maybe we can find out who this guy is. Why he's been doing, you know, what he's been doing.
Okay, I'll do it.
I'm putting the phone down between me and our little friend here.
Hello, Mr. Tanner.
I swear I know that voice. Why do you want to talk to me?
Listen, I have a deal for you. I'll answer your questions, but you have to answer mine. And I will know if you lie, so don't.
Probably because you know more about who I was before this than I do. What do you want to know?
Because I'm a cooperative individual.
Sure.
This one for free.
You burned down 2 buildings and killed a
Let me
dude.
clarify bits of information that I'm lacking.
I feel like he's going to be the cleaner for this whole operation.
Tanner can help me fill in those blanks. So every time you answer one of my questions, if I feel you've been honest, I will answer one of yours. Why don't we try one? I'll start.
Okay.
Why I wanted to talk to you, specifically you, Mr. Tanner.
I have no idea.
See, you told the truth. That wasn't so hard, was it? Now, you can ask me a question. Go on. I'm ready.
Ooh. What do you know about the... What's your full name?
My name? I have no name. My previous identity was erased when I started doing what I do.
Damn it.
Even if
I wanted to see if I could look up his old name.
find it in your database. I've been expunged. They are quite thorough. Now, who is Mike Trench, Mr. Tanner?
FDI operator program.
You don't have any other relationship to him?
Truth.
Good. But tell the whole truth next time. Your turn, Mr. Tanner.
Why talk to me?
You're more involved in all this than you know. I need to be certain of what you're...
I feel like we're going to find out that like all our memories of us being like friends with Trench are like planted
what I don't.
using Project Eve.
It's a very risky proposition.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, y'all can't see all the options. What do you know about Sasha Cole? His name is redacted in Jenkins' list. He's missing and his wife died from the fire. Yes.
All right.
Who do you work for? Why did you kill Ray Wells? What do you know about Project Eve? Why did you ask me about Mike? What is your objective?
My main mission is to cover up any canceled projects. That's why...
Yeah, Barry just sitting here having to listen to this.
To make it seem like it never existed at all. How did you come to retrieve the missing footage from the garage?
Ooh. Okay, so truth or lie? True. Hal retrieved it for me. Lie, by using our video software. Do I lie? I don't want to reveal how. I really don't. I feel like he's gonna know that we're lying. We're gonna go with the lie.
Now you can ask me a question.
He's gonna lie to us, isn't he? What do you work for?
I'm afraid talking about that is out of bounds. Doing so would get me killed. The truth is, I don't know much anyway. They keep me in the dark. But
Here's a piece of paper. Go kill this person.
they call themselves the organization. And do you know Hal's true identity?
Do we lie on this one? Do we lie on this one? It's yes or no. It's yes or no. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna go with. I can say yes, but I don't have to tell him the name. Yes.
Sorry? What?
There's Barry.
We'll talk about this later, Tanner.
What's Hal's name? You're right. It is.
Why did you ask me about Mike?
It was a control question. I know about your relationship with him. I wanted to make sure that you would tell the truth. Maybe that answer disappoints you, but it's the truth. Anyway, it's my turn. What is
Lie? I won't tell you.
In that case, I think we're done here.
God damn it!
Take things from here. Come on, let's go, Mr. No Name. Back to your palatial cell. Tanner, you and I'll talk later.
Tell me if you learned anything. All right, hold on. We're going to pause it here because the ad break just started and I need to run to the bathroom again. So I will be back in just a minute. And y'all better not fail at this words. Chance. Do you understand? I see the ding donk. I know the ding donk. I'll be back in a minute. Watching you. Okay. What'd I miss? Who died? What did you do? Okay, well, you didn't lose. You didn't lose. Same ad 3 times in 30. What? What ad did you get? Also, we're not going to do another round because there's like 20 seconds left. But I'm going to leave the music on so I can go check Discord really quick. Ah, there's nothing interesting. It's Crimba. Merry Crimbus. Happy Chrysler, everyone. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Oh God, y'all are posting mobile game gifts in the Discord. There's plot afoot. There's obviously plot afoot. All right. Back to it. Hal, what do you have to say for yourself? Andrews is in the building, Evan. Are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be. I think we're about to get caught because we kind of denied. Nice try, 7-Eleven. Going up, she'll be calling you soon. In the meantime, let me bring you up to speed. Our goal is to access the server room on the 11th. But first, Andrews will enter a technician's locker room on the same floor to grab a key. With the key, she can enter the room. We can find out who our mole is. Can I ask Mike for his help? Mike? 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 Why the server room? Can we watch epic rap battle of history on the government computer? No! Absolutely not. We could not ask Mike. Yeah. Plugs in the server device that I gave her, it'll give us access to every sub-network in the FDI. Wherever the source of this video feed is, whoever's behind it will find out there. It's gonna be Mike. Absolutely not. I don't even know why we would pitch that. We have to handle this on our own. Well, yeah, because I'm pretty sure Mike is in on it. Contacting Trench will bring too much attention and alert the mole to our presence. This is our last chance. I feel like Mike is going to be the mole. I understand. It's now or never. Andrew's memorized the floor plan. But let me give you access to the security cameras to assist her. Ugh. Okay. Unidentified entry. Error 9011. Notification entry does not exist. Elevators. What the fuck? Who's that? Rebecca Davis. Secretary. To who? Is this Trench's office? One last thing, but... Oh, here, let me do it this way. No matter what happens, no matter what we find out. Thank you. You're not such a bad operator after all, Evan. Maybe even better than I was. Hey, I did defuse a bomb. All right, there she is, coming out of the elevator.
Okay, I'm on the 11th outside the door. Not gonna lie, I'm a bundle of nerves. Breathe, Catherine, breathe. You see me, right? Oh no. Bad news, Tanner. The code Hal gave me isn't working. Not the start I was hoping for.
Okay. Damn, they must have changed it. I mean, yeah, how often would a federal agency change their passcodes? Pretty frequently, right? Down to the 8th, your floor. Actually, no code is needed to get inside. Oh, good lord. She can use to get back up to the 11th. Oh my god. Got it. So that's why we have access to this staircase over here.
What? That's the operator floor. Can I bring you a coffee or anything? Sorry, I tend to make bad jokes when I'm nervous.
Given that we got people using their badge numbers as passwords and stuff, unlikely. Well, that was a different organization. Well, it's supposed to be a different organization. Floor plan for 8. You'll have to guide her. Oh, good lord. Okay, so she's gonna come out on the elevators here.
Just one problem. I don't know this floor, Tanner. But I guess you probably do, right? Anyway, I'm in the entrance, doing my best not to look suspicious.
So this is where we are.
When you're basically waiting in a pool of your own sweat.
And we just need to go this way. So she came out of the elevator, so she needs to take the door on her left.
All right, I'm in a hallway now. There's a door straight ahead. There's a hallway to the right and one to the left.
You're gonna go right.
Evan?
Go the hallway to the right.
Okay. Okay, there's a door at the end of the hallway. 2 doors on the right. 1 door and a hallway on the left. Where do I go now?
You're gonna take the hallway. Hallway on the left.
Gotcha. The hallway's a dead end. That leaves us with a hallway to the right and 2 doors. Do I take the right door or the left door?
Left door.
All right. I see the door to the stairway.
Well, yes, I just directed you there.
I can breathe a little easier now. Okay, I'm heading back up to 11. Follow me on the cameras.
Wow, you really went up those floors really fast.
I'm back at 11, outside the stairway door. What do I do? I assume I can't knock.
Okay, she's at the stairway door. Okay. Whew. Can't even empty the recycling bin. Listen, just a second. I'm checking something. Ooh. Oh boy. Should be able to use her badge. Okay. There's no scan thing there.
Okay, I'm in the hallway, en route to the locker room. Looks clear. Follow me on the cameras.
Okay, there she is.
Someone's coming.
Is that a flashlight or are they just wearing something really bright? I can't even check who that is.
Close call. Tell me when it's clear.
What room is she in? The whistling. Ooh, wait for them to be gone. Okay. All clear.
Game on.
She's strutting. Okay.
Okay, I'm approaching the technician locker room. I'm not hearing any noises from inside. That's good. You gotta be kidding me.
You're at the wrong room, aren't you?
Code 2. I know it's the FDI, but this is excessive.
On it. Unfortunately, I can't figure that out from here. You and Gavin will have to figure that out on your own. Bitch. How do we do that? Prism of not in the FDI network? Could I find it on, like... It's not on any of the boards in here? It'll end up exposing us. That's why they changed the code. But I have an idea. Ooh. I'm connected to the lock system, giving you access to the logs. Okay. Try different codes and check the logs. Should be able to reverse engineer to find the correct code. Fine. Fine. Hi, Hex. How are you doing? Use Notepad if you need to. Enter the commode. FDI.L11.LCK -- logs.
Try some codes? Seriously? That's our plan, Tanner?
I'm connected, but wait, what do I do? Do I just have to do this the goofy way? Is that what this is gonna be? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, not enough digits. Okay. Wrong code. Okay, but what do the asterisks mean? Here, you can kind of see it. Let's move this over here. So, could the asterisks be numbers that are relevant? Here, let's try it. Let's do backwards. Or let's do this. Doesn't look like 4. Yeah, 4 I don't think is a number. Let's do 5. 1, 2, 8, 3. Okay, so 8 isn't in there. 4 and 8 aren't in there. Okay, so 5 is in the middle. So we know 5 goes in the middle. So let's try. Couldn't be 1, so it would have to be 2, 3, 5, 6, 1. Oh, we're getting closer. So 3 and 5 are in the right place. 0. So could it be 0, 3, 5? Wait. 0, 3, 5. 1. 9? Was 9? No, 9 was not 1. What's one of the numbers we haven't used? Could it be repeats? We could do another 5. Okay, so now we're up to 3. So 3, 5, 1. So what if it's 5, 3, 5, 1, 6? No. What haven't we used? We've done 0 first. 3, 5, 1 used. 2. We haven't used 2. 8, 3, 5, 1, 2. Okay. 5, 3, 5, 1, 2? No. 0, 3, 5, 1, 2. Still no. So 0 is not it. 7, 3, 5, 1, 2. There we go.
That worked. Okay, I'm going in. Are you following me on the camera?
Yes, I am.
All right, time to find the right locker. Should be this one. Okay, I'm gonna need a minute to pick this. In the meantime, make sure the path to the server room is clear. It should be, but just check.
But say we have a secretary out front.
Okay, well, make them go away, Tanner.
How do I do that?
No, ask Alice. She's good at repelling people.
I think it's minus for minus or for plus in the thing. No, I don't think it was it. Maybe it could have been. I thought it was for wrong position. Oh, I already did that. I'll do it again. Ping. A few seconds and then play along. Oh no, are we about to get a call and say that we have to be like family emergency? Oh shit.
Rebecca Davis.
This is IT?
Oh, who am I speaking to?
We're gonna lie.
Matthew Smith? Really? Because on my end it says Evan Tanner.
Motherfucker!
Say Evan Tanner when your name is actually Matthew Smith.
I'm replacing him. System's lagging.
And you said you're from IT? Is that it? Because on my computer it says you're an operator. Right here beside your name.
Fucking goddamn it. Okay, so
Working in the IT department.
they needed a little help, ma'am.
Well, that makes sense. They are often severely understaffed. And cranky. You know, I just thought of something. Usually when I deal with IT, I deal with Chuck Beatner.
He's out sick today? Okay, hold on. Is he married? He's single. Okay, so no wife. Firearm license, no. Stop or no parking violation. Impeding traffic. Speeding violation. Okay, we're going with car was impounded.
It was bound to happen. I can't tell you how many times I've told Chuck to stop parking in the alley behind the building. It's a fire hazard. But can we just put a pin in this talk of Chuck for a second and go back? You said you spotted an issue with my computer. What was the issue?
Oof. Okay, hold on. Let's get her file up again. Oh, there's nothing there. No known aliases. She's married. No firearm license. You're using it? That's the issue? Wait, which part? Unusual activity? Unusual activity.
Unusual activity? To be honest, the only unusual activity is this conversation that you and I are having.
God damn it!
Why does it have to be dealt with right now? During normal working hours?
I'm just following orders, ma'am.
Oh. Okay. Well, if that's the situation...
IT is in at a certain time. IT got to do their job, okay? Take a break. I'll take care of everything.
Take a break? That's going to be hard. I'm working on something, actually. Cafeteria finance report. You'd be shocked to learn how much the FDI is spending on tapioca pudding.
Tapioca pudding of all things.
To fix.
Just a few minutes, ma'am.
Just a few minutes. Well, in that case, I think I'll stay here and read my magazine. It's a new magazine. It has that nice, new magazine smell. Know what I mean?
I don't think I could change the both the options. Y'all can't see them, unfortunately. Actually, it would take a long time versus it'll take a while, unfortunately. It just said it was going to take a few minutes. Yeah, it should be dealt with immediately. Actually, it could take a long time.
But you just said, look, maybe I'm overreacting, but little alarm bells are suddenly going off in my head. So just to be safe, I think I'll go report this interaction to security in person. I'm sure you can understand. Have a nice day.
Well, shit. True that she's on her way to security? Fuck. Well, we're going to jail. All right, she's gone. Hurry up.
Never mind. Anyway, it's taking
You're still picking?
But I've almost picked this lock. Are you watching me? There, finally. I got the key.
Also, how did you know which locker to look into, though?
Seconds. Follow me on the cameras. I'm in.
Okay. I say I didn't see you in any of the halls, but okay.
All right, time to plug
pulled away from the computer, aren't I? Okay, there we go. Let me check. It's working. Finally gonna find our mole. It's gonna be Trench. I feel like it's gonna be Trench. Uh-oh.
What's going on, Tanner? Am I spotted?
Is Andrews compromised? It's probably me. I feel like it's me. Or are we gonna find out what's his name has escaped?
Okay.
I feel like we're gonna find out the our Mr. Ghost has escaped. Okay, who's our mole? Hal? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How are you holding up? My eyes hurt because the screen's red. It's Trench, isn't it? Or is it me? Is it me, but my memories have been wiped? I knew it. What?
Trench? Trench is working with them. And this goes all the way to the top.
I logged into his computer and found something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm scared. I'm scared. I do like red, but it hurts my eyes when I look at it and then I look at something else. Project Operator enters phase 3 and Sasha Cole is... Oh my god, I'm Sasha Cole, aren't I? Hold on. B21P1SC. I'm putting that in chat for myself. B21P1SC. We're gonna find out I'm Sasha Cole, aren't I?
Is it running? Okay. This is Dr. Jenkins here with control session number 24
Ooh.
for the patient Sasha Cole.
Okay.
The patient is under trichlorohydrin and has received 10 cc's of FMP 1138 Mark 5 2 hours before the following session.
Okay.
All right, let's begin. You will answer my questions as usual. One for yes.
There it
two
is.
For no.
I knew it.
Do you understand?
I fucking knew it.
Do you believe in extraterrestrial life? Are you currently restrained?
Yeah, those are the questions from the beginning of the game.
Are you married? Do you work in law enforcement? Do you know who I am? Do you know who you are?
It's gonna say, are you Evan Turner?
Evan Tanner?
Tanner.
Good. He's ready.
Evan, look. Uh-oh. I knew it, he got out. Escaped and killed Trench? That's the reason for the alert? What? Are we running past people? Is that what that is? Okay, we're in the hallway.
Do you know who I am? Do you know who you are?
Think of a self-care Tachyon. Okay. Axiom, I'm not gonna lie, this game was well worth it. This was a very fun game. Listen, my goals was not to bleed out in a federal building. Okay, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Okay. Is that us? Shoots the camera. I knew it. That was Section 47. Video feed. FDI parking 2. How? These are all... Wait, to Skinner. Some triggers to the main door. It's definitely... Wait, what? Tanner logged out. Tanner Elevator 08. It's like full name from FDI users. Route. Results Mike Trench. Video scan. Andrews needs access level 11 main door. Is it safe? X Skinner. There's some triggers to the main door. It's definitely monitored. She can use the back door of the service cellar. She's at the door. She can use her badge. Yeah, she has authorization. Found out who the mole is. Trench. Will you tell you more when there's time? Trench. I knew it. So Skinner was on our side the whole time. Trainer. Tanner. We've lost him. Damn it. What about Andrews? And are we exposed? I haven't heard from her and I don't think so. I told you this would happen, Alice. We should never have included him. E. Tanner, elevator 1. Wait. He's using his badge to get on the 8th floor? Uh-oh. He wants to wipe all evidence from his computer? I mean, he's signed out. He can't get in. Update our contact? Wait, we have a contact? Frame 1, connect the Horizon private. Horizon news! I have good news and bad news. The good? We discovered that Trench is the mole. He's been working for the organization maybe for years. The director of the FDI, incredible. And the bad? One of my contacts was killed in the process and the ghost has escaped. Are we compromised, Alice? I don't know. I'll keep you in touch. Okay, so now we're playing as Alice. What is that? He just get his head slammed into the keyboard? Video connect, supervisor. Nope. Yes, that's your name, all right? You should have left well enough alone, Alice. Bitch. You won't get away with this? Oh, I doubt that very much. Are you sure you'll soon end our connection? I'll say farewell? Fuck you, dude. To meeting you one day, Alice? In person? We're exposed. Time to cut the cord. Computer identity localization compromised. Launch nuke protocol. Okay. It's time to get on a motherfucking plane. Komodo Commander, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome to the show. Hi, Will Bill. Complete the game. Alice Hal Truman. Reward 1.5 million. That's some curly hair. Operator Evan Tanner, double agent, killed the supervisor in cold blood. What? Also, we have fucking dyed blonde hair. Really? Platinum blonde. Horizon News Agency office accidentally burns to the ground. 21 dead? What is up with this dude in arson? Shot dead moments for testimony in biomedica trial? I think it's supposed to be biomedical, but it's just medica. Takes some life amid allegation of double agent recruitment. Damn. Alexandra Pindell. Oh, shit. Federal agent Catherine Andrews sends to life for espionage after captured in FBI server room? Fuck. Wait, espionage doesn't usually come with life sentences, does it? In the United States? Oh my god. Okay. That was a very cool game. I liked that game. We got screwed. We did get screwed. I wonder if we do better. Could we have like won? Could like everybody have lived ish? There's another scene after this. Oh no. James Bartholomew? Bartholomew? Are there multiple endings? I feel like there could be multiple endings based on like your choices. If you're like always honest. Like I wonder what would have happened if we had told Skinner that we were working with Hal. Would he have like run us into the loop? Oh, it doesn't seem like I can speed it up in any way. Space doesn't do anything, so we just gotta ride through the credits. Here, let's do back to full size. Middlewares? Huh. I think the music was really good in this game. Alpha Beta Gamer played this a few years ago. Been waiting for someone else to play it. Ooh. True, it is. Goodness. Your face in-game credits? Okay, so this was for every face that was in the game? If we had like looked up all these different names? Ah. Cinnamon. Mr. Point de Silvagard. Silvagard? De Silvagard. Good game. I've never heard of this game before. Axio sent it to me after the charity stream. Which... Do we have any other games that we need to play for that? Or is this the last one? Wasn't there a third game? I could have swore there was a third game. Spectrum Retreats. You watched the credits. There's more to it than meets the eye? Somewhere in Paris, France. Oh, 2024? 22 years later?
Is it done? No, sir. He's not here. Do you think it's her? Check his computer.
Is it gonna be Pendle?
It's her, sir. The message says they know.
Burn the place.
Understood.
You better find her before she does, or we're done for.
Or Alice? Huh. It's queso? What do you mean it's queso? That wasn't queso, was it? No way. No way that was queso. Oh my god, the dance. All right, chat. We are going to swing right back over here. And we're going to figure out who we're going to raid. Because we are basically done. So, let's go see. Oh, Jesus, that was loud in my ears. Who is live? What are you people doing? Oh, God, the Jingle Jam's already on. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. But, anybody doing anything spooky or playing something like Dispatch, maybe? Mayhaps? I don't think I'm going to find what I'm looking for. Nothing's really jumping out at me right now. Here, what's Red Claw doing? Just chatting. Just chatting. Day's doing Expedition 33. In development too, from what I remembered. I would hope that's the case based on the like post credits. That's what it seems like. Arc Raiders. Ah, man. I'm not seeing anybody really jump out at me today. Smog's doing spooky art. Heck is, oh, Apex. Yeah, no one's really doing anything spooky. There's so many, I've never realized how many people I've followed that do VR streams. And by so many, I mean like two that I've seen so far. How about Monica Cineroll? She's doing Voices of the Void. That's kind of spooky. Kind of spooky. Out of the curve on VR streams? VR chat streams. But we're going to be back tomorrow. I think we're doing... Did I schedule more oneway.exe? I have no idea if that's exactly what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Probably. Because we were on the like, computer part of Spiderface. But that's going to be it for today, guys. I will see you tomorrow, noon CDT, if not slightly earlier. Until then, though, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show. Go enjoy Monica. She's doing voice. I think she just died in Voices of the Void. She just died to her own giant snowball. Okay. That's an interesting combination. Later, y'all.